Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Wizarding Journey of a Minecraft Player. Part 1. Name: Steve, suspicious person. Age: 12. Origin: Western Continent, Norland Province, Iron Hammer Town, Red Mountain Village. Suspicion 1. Body exhibits regular cuboid features, including but not limited to square head, torso, limbs, toes, penis. Suspected special bloodline, or influenced by special power. Suspicion 2. Peculiar habits, such as suddenly sticking out his butt, wildly waving his right hand at thin air, jumping into water from a height, constantly jumping. Suspected of performing a special ritual. Risk level: extremely low. Handling recommendation: blank. Hank's gaze shifted from the review form to the vast square, where a square-faced youth, like thousands of other children, was somewhat nervous, looking around. How to handle it? Applying for a bloodline test according to procedure might take several days, and would require him, a senior wizard apprentice, to write various reports, which would be a considerable waste of time. He pondered the most concise handling cases for suspicious persons in the distant relevant records. Eradicate. Extract soul for interrogation. Hand over to a bloodline wizard for breeding research. Detain and send to a laboratory as material to earn some points. This young man, whose appearance was overly proper, was precisely Shidi, who had transmigrated. Of course, now he was called Steve. After becoming the grandson of a lord, his life trajectory proceeded systematically, slowly growing from an infant. Until now. He was brought to the Wizard Academy floating in the sky. With a thought, Steve summoned the MC interface panel. This was the unique cheat he brought with him when he transmigrated. But so far, he hadn't performed any operations. 12 years, I've endured for a full 12 years. Steve clenched his fists. As an old player who loved block games, this treatment was like owning an airplane but being unable to fly it. Thanks to his lord grandfather, Steve knew very early on that there were wizards in this world, and he dared not display any special abilities. Knowledge was the lifeblood of wizards. A brand new, wondrous rule was more precious to wizards than any wealth. Once it was discovered that he, a commoner, possessed such special power, and was also a despicable outsider, only the tragic fate of being researched, sliced, and drained of value, worse than death, awaited him. Oh, this world is just one of thousands of logistical planes managed by wizards. When his grandfather said this in a storytelling tone, young Steve's eyes welled up with tears. He knew that his patience would be honed to the extreme in the rest of his life. Steve endured with great difficulty. As Uncle Benson said, some things won't kill you, but they can drive you crazy. When he really couldn't hold back, he also thought, by chance, if I secretly play around in a place where no one is, I won't be discovered, right? At worst, I'll just put the blocks back. But when he thought of the various methods his lord grandfather had spoken of, oh, manipulating elements is just the most basic. Powerful wizards are no different from omniscient and omnipotent gods. Modifying memories, researching souls, controlling causality, toying with fate, even rewinding time, immortal and undying. Steve chickened out. 12 years of endurance had value. At least until now, he hadn't been suddenly captured and investigated by wizards. But he never expected that after awakening his cheat, his appearance and looks had also been converging towards a block person over the years. Even more unexpectedly, some of his strange movements for relieving emotions were also recorded. I've already been detected with preliminary wizard qualifications. I don't know if it's good or bad. Steve's heart was a little unsettled. All children detected with wizard qualifications must be brought to the academy for detailed scrutiny and entrance tests. Closer contact with wizards meant more risks. But from another perspective, if I can really enter the academy and become a wizard apprentice, then my cheat can be used openly. Steve clenched his fists again. At that time, he could build blocks however he wanted. In his grandfather's stories, various genius wizards emerged endlessly, His MC panel could also be seen as a special talent, which could be reasonably explained and gradually used. Every powerful wizard has secrets, so what was his small ability? If he could further combine the panel rules with wizard knowledge, he might even advance further and become a god-like existence as his grandfather described. Steve closed the panel, forcing himself to calm down. I hope I can be successfully admitted. Hank ultimately did not refer to those ancient cases. Although wizards generally disregarded the lives of mortals, those handling cases were still a bit too extreme for his young self. He chose to call for help. What? Are you in trouble? A clear and slightly languid voice sounded beside the black-robed wizard. Hank immediately composed himself and bowed slightly. The newcomer appeared silently, as if directly emerging from the light-distorted void. Mentor Oriana. Hank said respectfully. His direct mentor, the Headless Witch, a third-ring wizard specializing in bloodline studies. The wide hood hung low, and beneath the brim was not a human face, but a swirling darkness. The silken robe was well-tailored, outlining a supple waist that could be grasped with one hand, with abrupt, ample curves above and below, forming a full and enchanting silhouette. Due to the instability of the teleportation, the rounded undulations were still subtly trembling. He quickly lowered his head and presented the review form he held. This apprentice is unable to discern such suspicious points. I humbly request your guidance. Oriana extended a hand wearing a black lace glove and took the review form. Her invisible gaze swept over the descriptions on the form, seeming to pause slightly at the line about square penis. An interesting case. Her voice came through the hood, her tone seemingly playful. Let me see. She instantly locked onto Steve's direction, raised her other palm, and grabbed at the air. An invisible, intangible yet exceptionally precise probing power, like the finest comb, instantly swept over Steve's entire body, penetrating his muscles and skin, investigating his bloodline origin. From top to bottom, from head to toe. Tisk tisk. A barely audible click of the tongue came from beneath the hood, making Hank wonder if it was an illusion. He dared not think, nor dared to ask. The marvelous methods of the third ring wizard did not cause Steve to feel any abnormality. A moment later, Oriana lowered her hand. Interesting, it's not influenced by bloodline power, nor are there traces of external power contamination. The conclusion reached by a third ring wizard, especially Oriana, who specialized in this field, was undoubtedly authoritative. You handle it as you see fit, Oriana said indifferently. Handle it as I see fit. How should I handle it then? Hank pondered rapidly. He remembered that mentor Oriana herself was considered an anomaly and a suspicious individual when she first entered the academy. Hank instantly knew what to do. Clearly, this suspicious person is not suspicious. As for suspicion 2 in the form, suspected of performing a special ritual. What suspicion was there? He's just a child, full of energy, so some peculiar habits are normal. I remember when I was little, I also liked to talk to myself in the corner, pretending to duel with shadows. We should be more tolerant and understanding. Hank muttered to himself, swiftly beginning to write in the handling recommendation section of the review form. Confirmed by senior wizard apprentice Hank, and bloodline examined by third ring wizard Oriana. The subject has not been affected by special powers and has not exceeded the risk threshold. Recommend normal admission testing, with final soul determination by the sorting cat. Oriana nodded slightly. Her figure flickered, disappearing directly amidst the slightly distorted light. The boys and girls in the square lined up under guidance. After a short wait, the long queues began to move forward slowly. Does this mean I've passed the preliminary screening? Steve breathed a small sigh of relief. He naturally noticed that other peers and some wizards were frequently casting glances at him. But after being asked a few simple questions, no one had stopped him. Following the queue, he soon arrived in front of a corridor-style building. Nearly 100 prospective apprentices who had passed the preliminary screening like him were entering the corridor in batches, their hearts filled with trepidation and longing. It felt as if they were embarking on a solemn pilgrimage. Finally, it was the turn of the group Steve was in. Stepping into the corridor, Steve was instantly captivated by the scene before him. In the dimly lit corridor, it seemed as if hundreds of glowing gems were constantly moving and flickering. Upon closer inspection, they were all cats. Hundreds of cats. These cats had smooth fur, elegant postures, and exceptionally bright eyes, like illuminated gems. Steve felt as if he had entered a massive cat cafe. Many of the children being tested couldn't help but let their eyes light up. The scrutiny of these strange cats made Steve feel very uncomfortable, but his expression remained unchanged. Walk forward slowly, children. An old wizard wearing silver-gray robes, with a kind face but a pair of cat eyes, spoke gently. His aura was clearly heavier than those of the wizards in the square outside. So much so that even his gentle words carried an unquestionable power. Do not run, do not make noise, and definitely do not attempt to harm these dividing envoys. Let them naturally make contact with you and perceive you. The marks left upon you will guide your future path. Under his explanation, Steve gradually understood the rules. There was no rigorous and complex testing process as he had imagined. The rules were simple. Walk to the end of the corridor. Along the way, these mysterious cats known as dividing envoys would, based on their own preferences or intuition, leave a special, faintly glowing paw print mark on the prospective apprentices. Only by obtaining 5 or more marks would one be eligible for enrollment. It sounded a bit like child's play, but for Steve, it was a good thing. At the very least, the possibility of him being exposed was reduced once again. Like everyone else, he began to move forward slowly. It was very quiet around, with only the sound of soft footsteps, the rustling of fabric, and the occasional meow. Ahead of Steve, a little girl wearing an exquisite lace dress was moving cautiously. A black cat suddenly approached her feet. The black cat circled her lightly twice, its golden vertical pupils scrutinizing her carefully, its nose twitching slightly. The little girl immediately clenched the hem of her skirt, holding her breath in nervousness and anticipation. Is it going to leave a mark? Just as Steve thought this, he saw the black cat suddenly arch its body. The next moment, the black cat pounced and bit fiercely onto the girl's head. Ah! The girl instantly let out a scream, shaking her head frantically. But the black cat on her head remained unmoved. While pushing hard with its front legs, it shook its head crazily, actually tearing out a semi-transparent blue humanoid shell. The surrounding children were instantly stunned with fear. Steve also immediately retreated behind the crowd. Going mad and hurting someone. An accident. Could it have ripped out a soul? But as he calmed down and looked closely, he discovered that the shell being torn out was actually an elderly male figure. More and more cats gathered around, joining in to tear at the semi-transparent shell, soon pulling it out of the girl's body. The girl didn't actually feel much pain, she was mostly just terrified by the cat biting her head. Now, controlled by the cats, she forced herself to open her eyes despite her fear. Seeing the semi-transparent phantom that had been ripped out, she instinctively exclaimed, "Yao Lao." Steve hurriedly retreated 2 more steps. He was afraid that this semi-transparent phantom would suddenly burst out with some strange flame and burn him. However, this Yao Lao, who shared the same name as the one in his memories, did not explode with terrifying cultivation power to free himself from the predicament. The phantom was bitten by several cats and was being shaken frantically like a ragdoll. It let out a silent scream, its form twisting and struggling like a fish caught in a net, desperate to shrink back into the girl's body. The girl, due to this eerie tearing, froze in place, her little face deathly pale, even her scream stuck in her throat. HMPH. A cold snort made all the children shiver. It also instantly froze all the phantom's struggles. The cat-eyed witch had appeared beside the girl at some point, her pair of inhuman cat pupils flashing with bright silver light, locked firmly onto the phantom. Yao Lao. The witch's voice carried a hint of eeriness. Another fool influenced by storybooks. The witch's finger inserted into the forehead, Position of the phantom. A dark light lit up. The phantom trembled violently, and countless blurry, fragmented past memory segments flowed in the void like threads being forcibly pulled out. Extracting memories directly from the soul. Steve's eye twitched. Stupid. The witch withdrew her finger, and the dark light extinguished. She turned to the girl, who was so scared she had nearly collapsed, her voice devoid of any warmth. Before, when asked if you had made contact with unknown entities, why did you lie? The girl trembled all over, tears finally gushing out, and she said intermittently with a sobbing tone, I was scared. Yell Lao, he said, if I said anything, I wouldn't be able to become a wizard. He said he was a great pharmacist, could help me, could make me very powerful. Then I could take revenge on the fiancé who broke off our engagement. Woo woo woo, I won't dare again. Help you. Why would he help you? The witch let out a sharp, cold laugh. If it hadn't been detected by the dividing envoys, today, in 2 more days, you would no longer be you. Your body, your memories, your aptitude, all would have become sacrifices for him to return to the world. And you wouldn't even have the qualification to wail. Her cold cat pupils swept over the terrified children, glaring at the little girl again, failing to report the anomaly to the local lord, and even attempting to deceive during the admission review. Your stupidity and greed are enough to make you pay with your life. Since you have survived, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, you are sentenced to lifelong hard labor. Take her away. 2 humanoid puppets immediately stepped forward, grabbing the girl, who was as limp as mud and had completely lost all color in her face, from left and right. She couldn't even cry out, only tears flowed silently, and she was quickly dragged out of the corridor. The witch's gaze, like tangible ice blades, slowly swept over every remaining child. It suddenly paused on Steve. Coveting shortcuts and blindly trusting unknown existences and promises will never lead to any good results. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold sneer curving the corners of her mouth. If there is anyone among you who is still hiding some little secret, and wants to tell me now. Hey, it's too late. Now, move forward. A furry sensation suddenly came from beside Steve's leg. Meow tilde. He jolted, jumped away a step, and subconsciously opened the interface to switch perspectives. He discovered an orange cat sniffing the scent on him. The orange cat had originally just been sniffing like a routine, but after Steve opened the interface, its eyes suddenly lit up. Steve thought to himself, oh no. Previously, when he opened the interface in the square, no wizard had been able to notice it. He instantly closed the interface. But in that blink of an eye, several cats around turned their heads. After scrutinizing him for a while, a flash of confusion crossed the cat's eyes. In the end, they headed elsewhere. The orange cat, however, did not leave. Its small nose twitched violently. It pushed off with its hind legs and pounced towards Steve. At this moment, Steve had to admit that his heart was a little panicked. Oh my tilde, I'm not going to end up meeting my great-grandmother who I've never met, am I? The orange cat simply jumped onto Steve's shoulder. It flared its nostrils wide. Its nostrils were twitching frantically at an astonishing frequency. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Then, it seemed to reach some sort of critical point. Meow tilde. The orange cat's pupils dilated, its limbs stretched straight as it hung onto him, and its feline face wore an expression of complete satisfaction with its cat life. It looked like it had gotten high on catnip. What's going on here? Steve forcibly suppressed the urge to push it away. Subconsciously, he looked at the cat-eyed witch. The coldness in the witch's eyes had disappeared at some point, and her gaze toward Steve was full of kindness. If your talent is good enough, the dividing envoys might make some more intimate gestures out of affection, don't be afraid. Clearly, the cat-eyed witch's attitude mirrored that of the cat. Having been certified by the cat, Steve was now officially a model citizen. So, they turned all the complicated tests into a more obvious cat affinity check, right? Steve breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but remark. He set his mind at ease, and after thinking for a moment, he decided not to open his interface and slowly walked forward. He took the opportunity to observe these strange magical cats. These cats could see through souls. They must have been specially bred to evaluate the freshman through a combination of sight, smell, and sensation. This method of judging talent truly opened Steve's eyes. Compared to the various testing rituals he had imagined, like willpower, magic affinity, Orasul tests, it was much simpler and more interesting. The orange cat on Steve's shoulder stretched lazily, its pupils gradually focusing. It quickly recovered from its intoxicated state, returning to its original aloof and mysterious demeanor. The orange cat took one last look at Steve, then tapped its front paw lightly on his face. Pop tilde. A clear cat paw print, emitting a soft orange glow, appeared on Steve's face like a brand. It then flicked its tail and jumped to the side, as if it had just completed a trivial task. The orange cat walked away with cat-like steps without a hint of attachment, heading off to find its next target. Steve covered his face. It didn't actually hurt. It just felt a bit strange psychologically. Ha! What a scumbag cat. Now, Steve could walk forward with confidence. If he didn't have enough marks later on, Steve would consider opening his interface and taking a risk to attract another wave of cats. But his luck, or rather his own talent, was not bad at all. The remaining cats didn't appear to get high, like the orange cat. At most, they just rubbed against his cheek. 3, 4, 5, he quickly gathered the minimum standard for enrollment. But the other children were not as lucky as Steve. By the time they reached the end of the corridor, many people had only one mark, or even none at all. They were clearly panicking. They tried to actively chase and approach the cats, but were nimbly dodged. Some even whispered please to the cats. Please, just give me one. Slap me, I beg you, kitty. It was just like some of Steve's friends from his previous life. They didn't even have the chance to be played by a scumbag. He wondered what arrangements the academy would make for them. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a physical reforging. By the time Steve reached the end of the corridor, there were exactly 8 paw prints of different textures left on his face. There weren't many freshmen with more marks than him. Steve took a quick look. Only 3 other freshmen exhibited a catnip constitution, like his. The young wizards at the end of the corridor cast quite a bit of attention toward the Zeshided players. They focused the most on Steve. Based on the number of marks and various characteristics, they helped enter the information and assigned the freshmen to the 4 major academies. XX, 9 marks, assigned to War Fortress. 7 marks, assigned to Chaotic Behemoth. Su Lin, 11 marks, assigned to Elemental Tower. A gorgeously dressed girl with blonde hair and an ahoge raised her head, revealing a satisfied smile and a swan-like snow-white neck, in response to the freshmen's exclamations and the gazes cast upon her. She then looked at Steve behind her with a slightly provocative glance. Quote? Steve was somewhat bewildered. Next. Steve, 8 marks, the young wizard in charge of registration specifically double-checked the boy's file in front of him. Assigned to Creative Workshop. Creative Workshop. Steve silently repeated the name of the academy he had been assigned to. It gave off a feeling of being very active. It should be a bit safer than the other 3 academies, right? Although 2 freshmen had received more marks than him, Steve was still worried that his special appearance and relatively high talent would attract extra, unwanted attention. This made him emboldened enough to ask the young wizard in charge of registration. Excuse me, how many marks did the freshman with the highest talent recruited by the academy have? This question also drew the attention of other wizards and freshmen. The young wizard glanced at him. He didn't seem impatient, but rather wore a relieved expression, as if he were glad someone finally asked. He held up 3 fingers. This number. 13. Be bolder. 30. The difference in talent was indeed quite large. Be even bolder. No way. 300. Could such an awesome existence really exist in this world? Steve gasped. However, the young wizard continued to shake his head. 3,000. Just as Steve was about to say something, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There aren't even 3,000 cats here. The young wizard smiled derisively and then spoke slowly. It's 300 years. When enrolling, all the dividing envoys only took one sniff near that person, and they were high for 300 years. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Steve looked on with reverence. Truly high. Ha ha ha, look at those freshmen's gaping mouths. I want to laugh every time I see it. They've sucked up all the cold air. The wizard world is far more magnificent and exciting than you can imagine. The changes in the expressions on their faces are just too interesting. A joyous atmosphere suddenly erupted all around. The proud girl from before, who had the most marks and held her head high, had already turned bright red. The ahoge on her head also drooped down. This was clearly an essential, recurring program for every recruitment of new students. A bunch of wizards with twisted senses of humor. However, Steve didn't feel much about it. Whatever geniuses or children of the plane existed, the more monstrous they were, the better. Only then could he fully cover up his own anomalies and develop steadily. He could also use his MC interface functions more boldly. After quite a while of merrymaking. Alright, go to the back and sign the contract, don't hold up the others. A long piece of parchment was handed to Steve. Opening it to look, the first sentence of the contract surprised Steve a little. It's actually a loan contract. The contract stipulated that for the next 5 years, the academy would lend him 8 credits per month, which he could spend at will. He had to pay it back in 20 years. The school would provide basic room and board, textbooks, and courses. Other resources like wizard materials, equipment, advanced knowledge, or research project results would require him to participate in their creation or exchange them using credits. And his obligations. After 5 years, participate in one post-war cleanup and reconstruction mission in a low-level plane. After 10 years, participate in one logistics or garrison mission during a low-level plane war. After 20 years, participate in one frontline combat mission during a low-level plane war. The Academy even, thoughtfully, indicated the mortality rates for these 3 missions. The mortality rate for the mission after 5 years is 13%. The mortality rate for the mission after 10 years is 30%. The mortality rate for the mission after 20 years is 50%. Steve didn't hesitate much and signed his name. He couldn't wait to enter this brand new world and believed that with the MC interface, he would never become a statistic in the mortality rate. The other freshmen also harbored similar thoughts to some extent. But after experiencing the 300 years interlude, they felt more caution and worry. This difference in talent, like a firefly compared to a bright moon, dealt them a great blow. This was also the first lesson of the wizard world: maintain awe and self-awareness. Fellow juniors, come here to collect your books, robes, and various personal items. A young wizard stood behind a pile of books and shouted. Steve noticed that the wizards responsible for their new student enrollment were almost all young faces. It was clear they were all seniors looking to earn points. Thinking back to his past life, of college students running around busily just for an internship certificate, Steve felt a sense of familiarity. This book, Basic Meditation Method, needs to be mastered and initiated as soon as possible. Classes officially start in 7 days. If you haven't condensed your mental power, it will be very difficult to keep up with the coursework. If you haven't successfully initiated it within a month, you will be punished. These subject textbooks, Basic Alchemy, Basic Elements, Basic Potions, Basic Runes, everyone needs to familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. The noise at the end of the corridor gradually faded away. Steve received a thick stack of books, a utility box, and a crystal card that looked similar to a mobile phone. His gaze subconsciously swept over the few new students beside him who were also holding items, especially Su Lin, who possessed 11 marks and was once again holding her head high. He clearly saw the information flashing on Su Lin's crystal card. Basic monthly points, 11. The number of marks directly determines the points one can get each month. Steve suddenly realized. This was very wizard-like. Talent was capital, and the loan limit on the contract was also directly linked to talent. Su Lin could get 3 more points than him every month. As time went on, the gap might snowball. The Academy was no philanthropist. It was precisely investing in potential stocks and using future battlefield performance as interest. Carrying this pile of knowledge and debt, the new students were guided to a huge archway. The archway was cast from some kind of dull metal, its surface etched with complex, incomprehensible runes, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. At first glance, it looked like something an iron pickaxe couldn't break. When Steve followed the cue through the archway, a weak energy swept over his body and the crystal card in his arms. The next moment, a small arrow emitting a soft white light appeared out of thin air in front of him, pointing firmly in one direction, the Creative Workshop Freshman Dormitory. This is pathfinding magic. Speak the place you want to go, and the arrow will guide you. A young wizard who looked a bit nervous was stuttering as he introduced it to the new students. The validity period of the pathfinding magic is 1 month. Everyone must learn this magic in class within a month, otherwise, you will have to pay for the service with points. Amazing, Steve praised inwardly. It was comparable to the wicked map from his past life. He no longer hesitated and followed the exclusive guiding arrow, weaving through the dizzyingly huge complex of academy buildings. The towering spires were like the hair tips of giants, and the corridors connecting various places loomed in the mist. The arrow guided Steve to a giant building that looked like a beehive. Steve silently recited the dormitory room number on his crystal card, and under the precise guidance of the light arrow, he arrived at one of the nest rooms and swiped the crystal card to open the door. Beep. After Steve stepped into the room, he saw a film like honey isolating the inside from the outside. Finally, he was alone. The room wasn't large. 1 bedroom, 1 small laboratory. Inside the laboratory, there was only a crafting table with various connectors. More equipment would be distributed in class in 7 days. Steve placed his books and utility box on the bedside table and let out a long sigh. The nerves that had been tense for a whole day, or rather, for 12 years, finally found a moment of relaxation. He changed into a robe that was even more comfortable than pajamas, lay on the bed, and casually picked up and opened the freshman handbook. He couldn't hold it together after seeing the first rule. Creative Workshop Precautions Rule 1. It is forbidden to lick the honey-like film that isolates the dormitory room. If the magic array on it that isolates fluctuations is damaged, you will be required to pay for it at full price. He hadn't even wanted to lick it in the first place. But with it emphasized like that, he was actually a bit tempted. Rule 2. Steve read while thinking about his next plans. Mastering the meditation method within 7 days is the most urgent matter right now. The precautions in the enrollment handbook must also be memorized to avoid violating taboos or doing stupid things that delay practice time. I'll familiarize myself with the textbooks after I've mastered the basics. Besides that, I need to find out information about the task 5 years from now as soon as possible, and make preparations and plans in advance. It's better to be safe than sorry. Alchemy was a subject especially worthy of his attention. As the cornerstone subject of the wizard power system, this was an extremely broad, long, and endless path. Its refining, transformation, and fusion of materials were also very conducive to the functioning of his golden finger panel. Before the task in 5 years, my golden finger must be reasonably displayed. I need to assemble a complete set of armor, and the material should at least be diamond with full enchantments. He heard that the latest version of the MC game even released some netherite armor set and had many interesting things, but he, an old player, had transmigrated before he had the chance to try it. It seems that the exchange of all materials can be operated directly on the crystal card. Steve picked up his personal crystal card and tried it out. With a tap of his finger, he quickly found the material exchange interface. 1 cubic meter of gold or diamond only costs 2 points. Most ordinary materials basically only required one point. But he needed to exchange many types of materials, including wood, stone, coal, iron, and so on. Points were not abundant. It seems I'll have to try to exploit some bugs when the time comes. In the MC game, you only need 9 small gold nuggets to synthesize 1 gold ingot, and 9 gold ingots to synthesize 1 gold block. If I then use wizard alchemy to decompose the gold block into thousands of gold nuggets, and then re-synthesize hundreds of times the number of gold blocks, stepping on my left foot with my right, wouldn't I just take off? The future is full of promise. In short, Steve had high hopes. After a brief fantasy, Steve finished flipping through the booklet. After a short rest, he calmed his mood and picked up the basic meditation method book. The cover was dark hard leather with worn edges, obviously used by many generations of apprentices. Opening the heavy cover, a serious and ancient mental intent rushed towards him. The opening was a stern warning. Meditation is the beginning of peeking into the truth, and also the abyss of soul disintegration. Countless have been lost, countless have disintegrated, countless have fallen. Readers must remember. First, focus your mind. Second, proceed step by step. Third, guard your heart and mind. The dangerous aura emanating between the lines made Steve's heart tremble. He suppressed his excitement and forced himself to read the subsequent content carefully, word by word. Many terms in the book seemed obscure and difficult to understand, but fortunately, the Academy also issued a thick book, Advanced Pan-Plain Common Language and Wizard-Specific Vocabulary. After careful comparative reading, Steve gradually understood the 3 steps of initiation: mental perception, intention condensation, and lighting the soul fire. After initiation, one becomes a junior wizard apprentice and can control runes, spells. He spent nearly 2 hours studying it repeatedly until the key points and taboos of meditation were deeply imprinted in his mind. It took another half-hour to smooth out the urgent desire for the extraordinary, the various excitements, and the panic in his heart. Phew, let's try it. Steve subconsciously sat cross-legged on the bed, thought about it, and then simply lay down. He tried hard to adjust his breathing and cast aside all distracting thoughts. The 12 years of life spent persisting in not mining blocks had long since honed his will to be far tougher than his peers. At this moment, this endurance became his greatest reliance. Cast aside distracting thoughts, empty his mind. Following the steps guided in the book. First, through a special breathing rhythm of 9 shallow and 1 deep, along with mental visualization, gradually soothe the surface consciousness to reach a state of sage-like calm. Then, delve deeper into the mental origin. The most difficult part of achieving this is not falling asleep. However, after experiencing a day of entrance tests, these freshmen were all more or less drowsy. Steve was no exception. As he lay there, his consciousness began to sink. Under normal circumstances, one could just go to sleep and cultivate when feeling refreshed the next day. But Steve had a good method. With a thought, the MC panel opened. In the MC game, the character controlled by the player only suffers from a few special status effects, such as burning or drowning. He discovered very early on that the MC panel could provide him with a semi-digital buff, and he would only be affected by these few special status effects. Sure enough, the moment the MC panel opened, his head suddenly felt lighter, and the feeling of fatigue vanished immediately. After activating the MC panel, in theory, Steve could stay awake indefinitely. He continued to tighten his focus and began to attempt the next steps. Perceive, condense, ignite. In the mental space, it was initially a chaotic darkness, like the deepest night. Only Steve's own heartbeat and breathing echoed in his ears. Gradually, a strange silence replaced the darkness, and he began to feel the tide-like texture of his surroundings. The whole world began to surge, wave after wave passing over his body. This was the energy tide described in the book. The energy source for all extraordinary species. The energy tide fluctuations in every world are different. For example, High magic worlds have greater amplitudes and higher energy densities, allowing wizards to cultivate to a higher limit of strength. Ever since wizards learned of the existence of energy tides millions of years ago, these fluctuations have risen and fallen, but they have never stopped. As a logistics plane for the Wizard Academy, this world's energy level is considered above average. Even a freshman like Steve who has never cultivated can quite easily feel the existence of the tidal fluctuations. Condense, ignite. This step requires opening up one's body and mind even more. Let the tide pass through his body, and use his dry body, devoid of energy particles, to naturally attract particles into it. The energy tide rolled in, wave after wave. Gradually, he felt a few splashes landing within his body, immediately producing a different sensation, as if the concentration of his body had changed. This indicated that energy was gathering within his body. I did it, there is only one last step left. Ignite. Steve did not get excited and tried hard to maintain that calm state of perception. Like a gentle magnet, he allowed those energies to spontaneously draw near and make contact. Following the meditation method, he concentrated all his thoughts, imagining a glimmer of light condensing at the center of his consciousness. The concept of time became blurred. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a few minutes, perhaps a few hours. Steve's entire focus was immersed in that point of mental light. He could feel the point of light becoming more stable and solid, with more and more energy particles gathering around it. But he still couldn't break through that critical step. The fuel had accumulated enough, but the flame still refused to appear. Still a little bit, still just a little bit. Steve lay on the bed, waiting patiently. He didn't know how much more time had passed. His whole body suddenly shuddered, and he opened his eyes helplessly. Why can't I ignite it? Holy crap, when did my hunger bar empty out? The 10 chicken legs on the character panel representing his hunger bar had all been emptied. And half a heart of HP had been forcibly deducted. Steve was shocked. He picked up his personal crystal card to check and discovered that it was already noon on the second day. Has so much time already passed? But the hunger bar shouldn't have dropped that fast. Steve had tested this when he lived in the territory. It usually took at least 2 days combined with strenuous exercise to drain the hunger bar. It seems that practicing the meditation method also increases the body's consumption. I was still a bit careless, or perhaps too eager. He had thought he was cultivating patiently and waiting for the flame to spark, but in reality, he had still taken a shortcut. Now, the moment he deactivated the MC panel, he might even faint from hunger directly. I must eat immediately. Steve recited the admonitions at the beginning of the meditation method 3 times, stood up, and didn't even dare to sleep. He swiped his crystal card, and the door, which looked like a thin film of honey, opened. Steve stepped out, and the cursor arrow reappeared above his head. It seems the magic insulation effect of this honey door is quite good. He could be a bit bolder in the dormitory from now on. With that thought, Steve didn't delay and softly said, "Go to the cafeteria." The arrow above his head immediately pointed in the right direction. The cafeteria was not close. Along the way, he occasionally encountered freshmen looking around like curious babies. Some even wanted to come over and greet him, but Steve just nodded slightly and sped up his pace, leaving these freshmen bewildered. In such a rush to eat. Reincarnated as a starving ghost. Only Steve knew in his heart that if he didn't hurry, he would really be reincarnated. His HP had already dropped by 2.5 hearts. If he wasted any more time, he would likely become the first student in the academy to starve to death. Then, a new item would have to be added to the entrance handbook: you must go eat when you are hungry. I can't hold it anymore. If I had known, I should have taken a bite of the honey door before leaving. Steve thought with some regret. Additionally, he finally understood why a magic like the pathfinding arrow was necessary. The Wizard Academy was simply too vast, and the locations of the corridors and various buildings were not fixed. Some sections even changed the direction of gravity or had spatial jumping effects. After all, every academy was a dormant war fortress, which could be considered the highest level of armed force in this logistics plane. The internal structure was quite complex. Before becoming an official wizard, it was impossible to memorize such a complex map. Fortunately, the road to the cafeteria wasn't so far as to make him despair. An open-style building shaped like a loaf of bread soon appeared before him. Steve rushed straight in. Inside the spacious area, the multi-level dining sections were clean and tidy. Huge chunks of roasted meat rotated on the stove, giant cauldrons held fragrant fresh soup, and rows of self-service food areas were filled with a dazzling array of food. There were also some glowing cuisine that required points to redeem, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Steve quickly swiped his card to get a tray and utensils, then filled a plate full at the self-service area. Before he could even sit down, he picked up a soft, fragrant white bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, 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 crunch. Hunger bar rising. Phew tilde I've been brought back to life. After coming to the dining area and sitting down, Steve tried to deactivate the MC panel. A burning sensation immediately came from his stomach. At the same time, his hands and feet suddenly went weak. If he hadn't already sat down, he would likely have collapsed on the spot. This was the aftereffect of being hungry for too long. The moment the panel was deactivated, his body would be affected by its current state. He didn't know if his eyes were playing tricks on him or what, but Steve had caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision just now that his panel seemed to have changed before disappearing. It seemed there was a little bit of green stuff on it. Crunch, 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 crunch tilde. Steve opened his MC panel again while eating. He hadn't misread it, it had really turned green. Below his field of vision, a long experience bar was filled with a large portion of green. The experience points had increased. He was probably only 10% away from leveling up. Can cultivation also add experience points? Unfortunately, this was his MC panel, not some experience grinding system. Experience points could only be used for enchanting or repairing equipment that had lost durability. If they could be used to repair and enchant magical equipment, the value of experience points would be even greater. A forbidden weapon that would be scrapped after one use due to its immense power could become a Gatling gun with a level 5 durability and level 5 multishot enchantment. I can't even imagine how awesome that would be. Steve felt like he was about to drool. That. A voice, weak as a mosquito, filled with obvious hesitation and shyness, awakened Steve from his fantasy. Steve snapped back to reality, and a girl with wheat-colored skin was sitting across from him, her face slightly flushed. The meal in front of her was piled high, and she held a white porcelain bowl tightly in her hands. Inside the bowl, two thick, substantial meat steaks, roughly the size of a palm, were emitting a warm, pale golden glow. It was a piece of glowing cuisine that required points to redeem. Steve's vacant gaze had been staring at the person opposite him for quite a while. If you want to eat some, then I'll share one piece with you. The girl, also wearing the freshman-style robe, swallowed and spoke with a tone of great reluctance. She gently pushed the porcelain bowl forward. Steve was taken aback. Someone was actually taking the initiative to talk to him and share benefits. But looking at her expression, she clearly wanted to eat it herself, yet she was still willing to share it with him. Perhaps there was another motive. This is something you bought with your points, Steve said, looking into her eyes. The girl didn't look away, blinking her eyes. Grandpa said that besides eating well, one must make friends with excellent classmates at school. Quite honest. Besides, you were staring at it for so long, you must really want to eat it. Thanks, I wasn't that hungry. No need, thank you for your kindness, Steve explained, I was just spacing out earlier. My name is Steve. Lena. After a simple introduction, they continued to eat. After finishing a large portion of food, Steve was stunned to find that his hunger bar hadn't filled up completely. His appetite had increased. Or rather, the energy intake efficiency of this basic food couldn't keep up with his body, which was stepping into the extraordinary. So the academy prepared point-based cuisine that can nourish the body and has more energy. Otherwise, in the future, I might end up like some animals, with too much time occupied by eating and digesting, leaving no time for research. According to Wizard General Knowledge, unless one reaches the level of a first circle wizard, one can only survive by absorbing magic power. However, Steve's own MC panel had a quick eat feature, so he didn't need to worry about wasting too much time eating for now. In the game, one only needed to hold the food and right-click. It took less than 2 seconds to finish it, and it could instantly increase the hunger bar without worrying about digestion issues. In the future, I won't need to come to the cafeteria to eat. I can periodically pack a large batch of food to take back to the dormitory and eat instantly, which will save a lot of time. Steve got up to get more food. His gaze subconsciously swept across the cafeteria. At least several hundred freshmen were dining in the cafeteria, and only a dozen or so people were like him, with their food piled high, devouring it as if they had been starving for lifetimes. When he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently swept over a blonde figure. It was Su Lin. This girl with the cowlick, who possessed 11 imprints and was the most arrogant during the entrance test, was now a completely different person compared to yesterday. Her exquisite face looked unusually pale and haggard, her eyes were bloodshot, and she was barely holding onto her last shred of energy. Even the cowlick on her head wasn't as upright as before. It must be the aftereffects of a failed cultivation. Given her talent, it shouldn't be. It seems she was too eager for quick success. Steve shook his head secretly and returned to his seat. Noticing Steve's gaze, Su Lin looked over. Her bloodshot eyes seemed to see hope, instantly brightening. She walked directly over. HMPH, you certainly have a big appetite. Steve frowned slightly. Are you here specifically to mock me? This top student's personality was indeed arrogant, but she shouldn't be that malicious. Su Lin's expression froze, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. And no, it's not that. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision, and her voice returned to that slightly haughty tone. Your appetite has increased significantly. Oh, and you too. She turned to look at Hannah. This means both of your meditation methods have made initial progress, right? The perception stage. Or, the condensation stage. So what? Steve remained calm. Hannah, on the other hand, looked at Su Lin with some confusion. So, you must be encountering problems now. The bottlenecks of the meditation method cannot be easily broken through just by burying your head in hard work. Su Lin sped up her speech, carrying a sense of superiority as if she were bestowing a favor. I have found an experienced senior. He has agreed to take 10 precious minutes out of his mealtime in the cafeteria to specifically answer our questions about the introductory stage of the meditation method. Steve understood now. These 10 minutes certainly weren't cheap. Su Lin was here to seek cooperation, or rather, to seek help. No wonder she was so awkward. However, she still had a bit of cleverness, deliberately emphasizing, for us, to create the illusion that this was a benefit she had fought for. But in his previous life, there were plenty of family members who tried to secure benefits for Steve. Who wasn't begging on their knees to secure benefits for him? Steve ate silently. Seeing Steve's reaction, Lena also felt embarrassed to speak, and was busy eating her point-based meat steak. Su Lin didn't receive a response and immediately couldn't sit still. She had approached over a dozen people earlier, and only one classmate had expressed a willingness to consider it. This forced her to lower her status, rein in her arrogance slightly, and grasp this only hope. Su Lin stated the conditions directly. The cost is 20 points. My base points are 11, which is one of the highest in this batch. She puffed out her chest, but it's still a bit short. So, I decided to give you a chance. The three of us will cooperate. I'll pay 10 points, and you each pay 5 points. This way, we can all receive the senior's guidance, which is very cost-effective. Steve quickly calculated in his mind. Just as I thought. This young lady is stuck on a certain stage of her cultivation, and because her desire to win is too strong and she is too arrogant, the more anxious she becomes, the less she can get past it, and she's been manipulated by some black-hearted senior. The way she was looking down her nose at everyone before must have offended quite a few people. Now that she's willing to lower her face to find me, whom she had provoked, and Lena, who doesn't seem very strong, she probably really can't find anyone else who has made progress, and is willing to talk to her. However, Steve himself was indeed stuck on the final step of the introductory stage, ignition. Was it necessary to shell out 5 points just to save a little time? Steve weighed the options briefly. The cost effectiveness was not high. Although he had encountered problems with his meditation method, it wasn't urgent. There was only one step left. Classes didn't start for another 6 days, and he would only be punished if he didn't master the basics within a month. He could surely grind his way through it somehow. Besides, with 10 minutes distributed among them, it averaged out to a little over 3 minutes per person. Was that really enough? Just as Steve was thinking, Su Lin turned to look at Hannah, with a hint of coercion in her tone. Joining only benefits you. Fellow student, you wouldn't want to fall too far behind at the very first step of the meditation method, right? But, Lena gripped the fork in her hand tightly and retorted in a low voice, I only have 5 points left. Grandpa said that what you eat and put into your stomach is the most secure investment. Su Lin really wanted to ruthlessly mock this ignorant idiot. The antenna on her head twitched constantly. But right now, these two were her only hope, so she could only continue to press them with a tone of frustration. What are you hesitating for? Do you think there's plenty of time, so you can take it slow? Being a step ahead means being ahead in every step. Mastering the basics earlier means familiarizing yourself with higher level knowledge earlier, improving your strength earlier, and surpassing others. You can prepare for the task 5 years from now earlier. Each step faster means one more chance to become stronger. Even I, with the highest talent, dare not slack off in the slightest, so what are you two dawdling for? Lena immediately became conflicted and cast a pleading look at Steve. This obvious fear-mongering tactic naturally couldn't fool Steve. Using points to purchase various blocks to develop his own cheat early, wasn't that also being a step ahead? For a new student like Lena, who came from an ordinary village, purchasing point-based cuisine to enhance her physical potential was also a valid choice. However, this gave Steve a clearer evaluation of Su Lin's character. Because of a temporary setback in meditation, she immediately lost the noble superiority brought by her status and talent, becoming impatient and even somewhat chaotic. She wasn't as proud as she appeared. Steve looked at Lena and answered calmly, I won't cooperate with her. What you want to do depends on you. Considering Lena's previous show of goodwill, Steve added one more sentence under Su Lin's about to explode glare, the path of a wizard can only be walked alone. You. Well said. A voice filled with approval interrupted abruptly. The senior responsible for the screening work, whom they had seen in the square yesterday, appeared beside them at some point holding a food tray, with a meaningful smile on his face. Junior Steve, your words are very insightful. He ignored the about to erupt Su Lin and the stunned Lena, and pulled out a chair to sit down with practiced familiarity. You can call me Senior Hank. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank smiled. In light of that insight, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll answer a few of your questions for free. How about it? Free. The three of them immediately became vigilant. Even the seemingly dim-witted Lena subconsciously felt that something wasn't quite right. Noticing their vigilance, Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank's smile remained unchanged. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I know what you are thinking. Equivalent exchange is, of course, the fundamental principle of the wizard world. But sometimes, a little more social savvy can lead to broader horizons. He turned his head to look at Steve. For example, yesterday in the square, Junior's screening materials made me hesitate for quite a while. He recounted what happened yesterday simply. Steve understood instantly. He had indeed noticed the enchanting figure that suddenly appeared in the square that day. The other party wouldn't go out of their way to deceive him. The slight vigilance in his heart hadn't completely dissipated, but on the surface, he still showed gratitude. Thank you for looking out for me, Senior. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank nodded with satisfaction. This was his main purpose for coming over. If you do a good deed, you have to leave your name, otherwise, wouldn't the favor go to waste? Although it was just a small screening issue, in reality, it pleased the mentor, befriended the junior, and ultimately saved his own time. One fish, three ways. It has to be you, Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank. He maintained the smile on his face and asked, and who are these two? Su Lin. Lena. The two of them were not as resistant to Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank anymore. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank took a bite of bread. Alright, my time is also very precious. We only have the duration of this meal. Have you thought of your questions? Su Lin was the first who couldn't hold back, speaking up eagerly with an excited tone. Thank you for your generosity, Senior Hank. My question is. She turned to look at Steve and the other one, her tone somewhat ashamed. I'm stuck 3 steps before. I can't enter the sage state. Steve wasn't surprised. This kind of restless and competitive nature, the more anxious she was, the less she could enter it, and the less she could enter it, the more anxious she became. It was just painful. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank answered unremarkably. Don't be anxious. I observed the previous batch of new students, and most of them needed 2 to 3 days to enter the sage state. But his next words caught Steve by surprise. However, this isn't entirely your problem. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank looked at Su Lin's head. Your antenna is the problem. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank was somewhat grateful at this moment that his major was bloodline studies. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to spot this minor problem. Antenna. Su Lin instinctively touched her head. The stubborn antenna poked forward, as if also expressing some kind of confusion. Your talent is very high, and your spirit is too active. The antenna on your head must have been affected and has been emitting spiritual fluctuations. It seems to be able to absorb the emotions of people around you and your own, and it has been affecting you. Su Lin was both surprised and happy. The antenna on her head also straightened and leaned backward, looking as if it had suddenly realized something. So it's because my talent is too high. She had thought it was because she was too stupid. Then will it keep affecting me from entering the sage state? A fierce look appeared on Su Lin's face. How about I cut it off? The antenna on her head immediately trembled violently. Shivering. GIF. It was practically sentient. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank waved his hand. That would be too wasteful. It is a very good spellcasting material, and it has growth potential. It might be of great help to you in the future. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank took out a bottle of potion. A motionless potion. It can help wizards below the first rank to temporarily discard useless emotions. It should be able to help you. Su Lin excitedly took the potion. Thank you, Senior. I, Su Lin, swear on my honor that I will definitely repay Senior's help today and the future. Wait until you reach Advanced Apprentice first. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank smiled. Steve realized something. So-called social savvy was also value investment. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank did not hide his desire for high returns. The principle of equivalent exchange hadn't changed, it was just wrapped in a warm outer layer. So, should he accept Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank's help? Su Lin was in no rush to leave. She wanted to see how far those two had progressed in their cultivation. In case she encountered the same problems later, she could have a reference. Of course, it would be even better if they were stuck before the first stage just like her. Then what about your problem? Next was Lena. Her problem was the inability to maintain stability within the energy tide. She had already started attempting the second stage of the introductory level. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank patiently explained the training methods for perceptual focus and a few practical tips. After listening, Lena breathed a long sigh of relief, and the feeling of unease on her dissipated significantly. Su Lin observed this, and the subtle pressure in her heart also eased quite a bit. She then nodded slightly at Lena to show encouragement. Immediately after, her gaze swept toward Steve, seemingly unintentionally. Steve thought for a moment, and not wanting to refuse Senior Hank's kindness, he brought up his own question. Some problems I encountered when igniting my spirit fire. Steve briefly described his feelings. The firewood had accumulated sufficiently, yet the flame still refused to appear. Oh, you've progressed that quickly. Su Lin instantly felt a lump form in her chest. She had exhausted all her efforts to barely overcome the most basic obstacle, while this blockhead had reached the finish line in one go. That's pretty good. Su Lin put on an indifferent expression, but the ahoge on her head was frantically ramming against the ground. So jealous I could die. Gif. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank clicked his tongue, his eyes even carrying a hint of envy, just like Lena's. Every new student with mediocre talent practicing the meditation method would feel frustration, or even torment. Basically, very few people could master it within 7 days, most were stuck right at the 1-month deadline. He had been the same back then. But on second thought, the more talented his junior was, the more favors he would earn. Consequently, his smile became even warmer. In my opinion, your situation is the exact opposite of Su Lin's. The problem might just be that your mental power is too strong, or too stable. Continue to accumulate energy particles. Don't worry about losing control, and don't force them to stabilize. You need them to lose control. Let them compress and collide under extreme mental pressure to erupt with even stronger energy. Steve was lost in thought. This process was actually somewhat similar to starting a fire with flint. It's just a matter that requires time to accumulate. Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank paused, his gaze becoming deep, and his voice turning solemn. The problem of igniting the spirit fire is easy to solve, but in this process, you might as well think, what kind of flame do you truly want to ignite? Afternoon. Steve lay on his dormitory bed. He had already entered a meditative state. Energy particles condensed in his mind, but just like his previous practice, there was no progress. Steve tried to relax his mind slightly, following Senior Hank's suggestion. The calm and stability were quickly broken. Surging energy fluctuations immediately stirred up waves in his mind, occasionally intersecting and colliding, erupting with more powerful and unstable forces. It seems the final step of the introduction is about to be crossed. But what exactly did Senior Hank's final advice mean? What kind of flame do you want to ignite? It seems he wants me to clarify my true heart as soon as possible. Using this sliver of his mind he had separated, Steve began to ponder this question. According to what Senior Wizard Apprentice Hank himself said, he only received 5 marks when he first enrolled. He hadn't mastered the meditation method for nearly a month, also stuck at the step of igniting the spirit fire. However, the reason he was stuck was due to insufficient talent and relatively weak mental power. In his desperation, he sought advice from his mentor and received that sentence. This sentence didn't help him, and in the end, he chose to spend points to seek advice from a certain senior, only then successfully mastering it and avoiding punishment. His mentor said that if he could figure out this question early on, the difficulty of igniting the spirit fire would be easily resolved, and he could obtain even greater benefits. For example, the possibility of awakening an innate rune. According to the meditation method, every junior wizard apprentice has the chance to awaken an innate rune. Compared to runes that are learned and gradually constructed, an innate rune is more in tune with oneself, smoother to activate, and has higher growth potential. If one had to use a term to describe the innate rune, perhaps, innate supernatural power, would be more appropriate. Steve felt his spirit body becoming increasingly unstable, and the whistling energy currents stirred up even greater turmoil. He did not follow the method taught by the senior to further relax control. He just continued to think about this question. What kind of flame do I want to ignite? Steve first thought of the others he had met after enrolling. What kind of flame would they ignite? Senior Hank, due to mediocre talent, ignites his spirit fire with the help of others. From Steve's impressions after interacting with him, He is sociable and values investment in human relationships. I help you today, you help me tomorrow. If this continues, connecting into a vast network of relationships, it actually gives a feeling of a single spark starting a prairie fire. But this mode of borrowing strength is not Steve's path. A wizard's great power belongs to themselves. Relying on oneself to take flight is the best choice. Lena, judging from their conversation, also has poor talent, only able to get 6 points a month, with only 6 marks. However, her thoughts are very simple. Just get enough to eat first. Not greedy for more, not greedy for strength, she has a contented nature. A small flame is enough for her. This is also not Steve's path. His heart is set on bigger things. Su Lin, competitive and enterprising. She finds it hard to accept her own backwardness and setbacks, emphasizing the need to be ahead at every step. She wants to use her high talent and high profile to defeat and suppress all opponents at the same level, to ignite the brightest fire, making all other lights pale in comparison. The more Steve thought about it, the more familiar it seemed. Imitating the ancient emperors, cultivating an invincible heart, walking an invincible path. How many wontongs can she eat in one meal? So arrogant. Even though Steve's true talent might far exceed Su Lin's, based on the situation when he opened his MC panel at the time, only a few dozen of the branch school cats were attracted to him. Compared to the supreme posture of being high for 300 years, it is truly not worth mentioning. 3 people, 3 completely different choices. Steve gradually gained insight. Some deeper memories and thoughts were unearthed. I have an extremely grand and distant goal, so every step must be taken more steadily and stably. Isn't this, looking up at the stars and keeping feet on the ground? It seems my college entrance exam essay back then wasn't written in vain. My path is like water. Not competing for temporary lead, winning by flowing endlessly. Exerting force slowly, achieving success over a long time. He no longer restricted the whistling energy currents in his mind. Countless energy particles containing extraordinary power lost their binding, turning into streams of light, frantically whistling, clashing, and colliding within his spiritual origin space. Every collision burst forth with subtle yet blindingly bright flashes. Steve instantly felt waves of swelling pain and stinging pain coming from his mind. Just a little more. But this power is too violent. It's almost unbearable. The uncontrollable power surging so close within his own mind made Steve feel a series of palpitations. He originally wanted to stop, or tighten his control again, but suddenly felt a flash of inspiration. He directly opened the MC panel. All the pain melted away like ice and snow, immediately letting Steve's mind relax, and he quietly let down a bit of his guard. It was at this very moment that the energy storm in his mind accumulated to the extreme. With a sound like an auditory hallucination, a tiny, extremely faint spark suddenly flashed. Success. The green experience bar at the bottom of the panel filled up instantly. The experience level changed from 0 to 1. Steve tried to feel the changes in his mental space. The spark lit up the darkness, and a block-shaped flame was burning steadily. The originally violent energy particles, like tamed wild horses, instantly became docile and orderly, constantly turning into firewood, letting his spirit fire grow continuously. Is this newly emerged power, the magic power of a wizard? And the experience points at the bottom of the panel were also slowly increasing. Now I count as a junior wizard apprentice. Even with his eyes tightly closed, he could clearly perceive everything within a 2-meter radius around him. From the fine texture on the white bread packed from the cafeteria, to the faint magical fluctuations radiating from some books on the bedside table, and even penetrating inside his body to feel the flow of blood and the peristalsis of his internal organs. Mental power was like tentacles and eyes, bringing him all kinds of information. At the same time, his thoughts became clearer and faster than ever before. When reading, advanced pan-planar common language and specialized wizard vocabulary, yesterday, some forgotten words all came back to him, and those obscure pronunciations and complex word structures instantly became simple and clear. Even after a little thought, he could understand the logic and origins behind those words. This is transcendence. This is the feeling of a genius. Steve felt a wave of pleasure, but a new change suddenly appeared in his mental space. A surge of anticipation welled up in Steve's heart. Could it be that thing? The square spirit fire contracted slightly, and immediately, a more refined and condensed burst of mental energy was automatically drawn out. This energy was not chaotic. Instead, it spontaneously twisted, outlined, and condensed above Steve's spirit fire. Finally, a distinct square geometric pattern composed of pure mental energy was completely formed. It began to orbit the square flame. It really awakened. Without the need for any knowledge infusion, an epiphany originating from the depths of his soul surged into Steve's heart. This was his innate rune. If mental energy could be viewed as a wizard's mana, then runes and combination runes were a wizard's skills. He unconsciously revealed an excited smile. This rune is an enhancement rune. Steve instinctively understood its function. 1. Consume a large amount of mana to enhance an item, permanently improving its essence and effects. 2. Consume a smaller amount of mana to provide a temporary buff, unleashing extraordinary effects in a short period. 3. Auxiliary cultivation boost. Under the illumination of the spirit fire, the enhancement rune remains in a minimal activation state, slowly and continuously tempering the wizard's mind and body, allowing for permanent improvement. Effect 1 can provide excellent resources, Effect 2 can be used for combat amplification, and Effect 3 can even assist in cultivation. It can be used for everything, it's practically omnipotent. He had basically hit the jackpot. Steve felt as if a massive, wonderful surprise had just smashed onto his head. The type of innate rune is closely related to the wizard's own personality and will. As expected of me. Pure greed, I want it all. It looks like the road of a wizard will be much easier to walk from now on. Under the influence of such massive emotional fluctuations, Steve automatically exited his cultivation state. He truly couldn't calm his mind to practice his meditation method properly right now. I might as well try out the effect of the enhancement rune. He saw a basket of white bread by the bed. He enthusiastically picked up a piece of white bread. White bread. Satiety +3. The panel automatically displayed its attributes. Enhance. The intention to permanently enhance it clearly emerged in Steve's heart. This intent acted like a clear command, instantly mobilizing the enhancement rune beside his spirit fire. A thread of condensed mental energy connected the white bread to the enhancement rune. A soft, gentle silvery white halo lit up on the surface of the bread. This halo lasted for about a breath's time before quickly retracting, as if it had been completely absorbed by the bread itself. White bread +1. Steve immediately checked its attributes. Satiety +5. Note. More delicious. A richer, purer aroma of wheat quietly wafted out. That's it. It was a success. Steve took a bite. It was indeed tastier. Since the attribute of food is to fill the stomach and satisfy the cravings of the tongue. So after enhancement, both the satiety effect and the level of deliciousness were strengthened. Steve finished the bread quickly. He had been a bit hungry, after all. However, enhancing a common item containing no magic just once consumed nearly half of his current mana. If his current mana was counted as one full tank, the consumption for white bread +1 was equivalent to half a tank. The consumption was not insignificant. Let me see what the temporary buff is all about. It didn't seem to say he couldn't enhance living things, right? Steve looked down suddenly. A bold idea welled up in him. Enhance. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed since enrollment. The day for the freshmen to officially start classes had arrived. Steve woke up on time at the crack of dawn. After a simple tidy up, he followed the guidance of the directional arrows and headed toward the classroom. The courses for the 4 major divisions were not the same. As a student of the creative workshop, Steve's first class was alchemy. The alchemy classroom resembled a massive home theater. Each student's seat and workstation were encased in a protective shield resembling a giant seashell, with the opening of the shell facing the podium. Steve chose a front seat and sat down, touching the shell beside him. It wasn't low in hardness and also served to isolate mental power. After observing it carefully, one could see many charred marks and small pits caused by corrosion on it. The course is indeed dangerous. I can't be careless. Steve took out his textbook and began to preview the material again. Although he had become a bit smarter after successfully entering the meditation method, Steve still felt a bit strained when facing the various complex and intricate concepts and knowledge in the alchemy textbook. With a thought, he reached out a finger and pointed it at his temple. He silently chanted in his heart. Enhance. A small amount of energy surged into the enhancement rune, instantly providing a temporary boost to his brain. As expected, my thinking ability has improved, and my mind is more active. Using the enhancement rune to buff one's brain is the wiser approach. This lower level enhancement wouldn't bring negative effects either. At most, it would cause slight fatigue after the duration ended. After finishing the preview, it was almost time for class. Only then did Steve feel the sudden roar of various noisy sounds in his ears. The freshmen had arrived in the classroom, chatting, messing around, laughing. Although it was very noisy, Steve felt a sense of familiarity. He also noticed that among the large group of freshmen, less than 1/3 of the students were unconsciously emitting mental fluctuations. It was the same situation as when he had successfully entered the meditation method a few days ago. Steve. A sunny smile entered his view. Lena. This wheat-skinned girl was indeed much livelier and more cheerful than she had been a few days ago. How come I haven't seen you in the cafeteria these past few days? Lena's nostrils flared, and she faintly caught a scent of extremely pleasant wheat. I packed a lot of bread and ate it in the dormitory. In reality, thanks to the enhancement rune, he wouldn't need to eat for the next month. White bread +9. Satiety +21. Special effect. Consuming bread-type foods within the next hour grants an additional 20% effect. Overflowing satiety can be converted into a temporary satiety cap, with the temporary satiety valid for 30 days. Note. The most delicious white bread in the world. Steve's cultivation over the past few days had successfully pushed his experience level to LV5. His mana cap had also changed from the original 1 unit to 5 units. That was how he had managed to enhance the white bread to the extreme and even grant it a special effect. He could feel that if he had more mana, he could continue to enhance it, but there would also be a possibility of enhancement failure. Is that so? Lena nodded. The two hadn't spoken more than a couple of sentences when the noise in the classroom suddenly quieted down. A white-bearded wizard was standing on the podium, though no one knew when he had arrived. He looked quite amiable, with a smile still on his face. But the natural aura of a teacher still instantly made the freshmen fall silent and return obediently to their seats. Now, let class begin. The white-bearded wizard's voice was gentle and magnetic. Alchemy is the most fundamental and vast discipline in the wizard world. It peers into the core of all things, and it leverages the essence of existence. Decomposition, smelting, transformation, synthesis. Besides the most basic material exchange, alchemy also involved a wizard's understanding and rewriting of the rules. After taking the alchemy course, Steve had enough reasons to let his MC panel gradually reveal itself. Even if he couldn't provide a paper-like detailed explanation of the panel's functions. I have a talent for alchemy. It's all based on feeling. Will is godhood. Even if a high-level wizard asked, he had plenty of excuses to brush it off. After a brief description, the white-bearded wizard's gaze suddenly rested on Steve. Some students have already taken the first step. Steve, who had been slightly distracted, felt his heart tighten instinctively. But he heard the white-bearded wizard say with a smile. Have you all smelled the fragrance of alchemy? He waved his hand, and the residual scent of white bread on Steve instantly filled the entire classroom. The freshmen immediately exclaimed, "Wow! What is that smell?" It's so fragrant. It's the smell of wheat. It smells even better than the bread in the cafeteria. It's making me so hungry. Lena widened her eyes instantly. It was the scent from Steve. She really hadn't smelled it wrong. Eating such delicious food secretly and not calling me. Her gaze instantly turned resentful. The white-bearded wizard took in the reactions of the students. He smiled slightly and waved his hand again. The fragrance vanished instantly. And in the white-bearded wizard's hand, there was now a wheat seed condensed from the fragrance. With just a clue, we can glimpse the whole. As he spoke, the wheat seed in his hand took root and sprouted, surprisingly growing as tall as a tree in no time, its color changing from green to golden yellow. The wheat ears burst open, revealing pieces of white bread. Under the control of invisible mental power, the bread was delivered to every freshman. Steve took the bread with both hands. His pupils constricted. White bread plus 9. Immediately after. Wow. Oh my god. Real bread. It smells so good. Exclamations and gasps of admiration erupted suddenly like boiling water. The new students simply couldn't believe their eyes. The ultimate delicacy that had been an illusion just a second ago had become a tangible reality in the next. After a brief moment of shock, a frenzy swept through the entire room. Almost all the new students impatiently grabbed the perfect white bread in front of them, which seemed to be radiating holy light. Ing. This is so delicious. Woo woo woo, how can it be this good? I feel like my soul is about to be melted by this aroma of wheat. Lena also took a bite. Her body jolted violently, her eyes rolled back instantly, and she leaned back against the chair softly and contentedly, as if her bones had been removed, emitting an indistinct, extremely happy whimper from her throat. It was so delicious it was mind-blowing. The effect, it's actually exactly the same. Steve, also filled with shock, silently ate the white bread in his hand. This terrifying method of tracing back to the source and turning the illusory into reality was simply like a miracle. Because the power of creation is far greater than the power of destruction. I just had a thought and I'm already being slapped in the face. I still shouldn't get cocky. Take it slow. The semi-digitalization and attribute display functions brought by the panel had already helped him a great deal. He looked at the calm and composed white-bearded wizard on the podium, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of eager yearning. This was the power he was about to master. The white-bearded wizard had a hint of mischievous yet knowing smile on his face, quietly watching the bread carnival of all kinds of reactions below the stage. He enjoyed seeing the students show their most authentic joy and shock because of his little trick. It seems everyone likes this pre-class snack. His tone was relaxed, and he changed the subject. Bread is just a small footnote to insight and creation. Now, set aside the lingering taste of deliciousness, and let us truly begin the journey of alchemy. Two translucent arms appeared on the white-bearded wizard. The foundation of alchemy lies in insight and understanding, followed by control. I will lead everyone to learn one of the basic spells of alchemy, Mage Hand. And the prerequisite rune for this spell, the binding rune. His explanation was not slow, but it was clear and detailed, quickly allowing all the new students to grasp the key points. He was an extremely excellent instructor. Steve listened very carefully. And he discovered an interesting phenomenon from the teacher's explanation. The same rune can produce different spells. Different runes can also produce the same spell. For example, the binding rune can construct Mage Hand, or it can utilize the binding characteristic rules to construct binding spells, petrification spells, shrink spells. In Mage Hand, besides the binding choice, can also be constructed by runes that target mental power such as condense, differentiate, attract, etc. And besides runes, many spells also require casting materials as a core to be cast. Next, I will distribute the casting materials for Mage Hand. A Q elastic block with a texture like a gummy candy was delivered to each student's hand. This is a slime core. Everyone can first try using mental power to inscribe the binding rune on it. After succeeding, you can then operate within your mental space. The white-bearded wizard gave a simple demonstration. Majestic and stable mental power poured out from him, constantly sketching on the 6 faces of the slime core. It was like a master calligrapher splashing ink freely on rice paper. The mental power, brushstrokes, carried a unique aesthetic and rhythm, inscribing the binding rune in one go. Steve's heart stirred. He took out his personal crystal card to check the price of the slime core. It was worth 3 points. The white-bearded wizard did not mention charging a fee. It seemed this first slime core was given to the new students for free. It counted as a hidden benefit. He put away the crystal card. Then let's start trying. Steve took a deep breath and gripped the Q-elastic, slippery slime core tightly with both hands. It felt slightly cool to the touch. He held his breath, carefully guiding the mental power within his body to probe outward. A wisp of weak mental power was arduously stretched into a thin, long shape, attempting to condense into an invisible pen. It landed gently on the casting material in his hand. However, the moment the mental power touched the core, it was like pressing against wobbling jelly. The slippery surface was hard to get a grip on, and with the slightest force, it would, whoosh, and slide away or be bounced off. After trying several times, it was always the same. The mobilization of mental power was interrupted. Such delicate operation caused fine sweat to seep from Steve's forehead. He felt a wave of fatigue. Is it this hard to control? He frowned. Where exactly is the problem? It just feels a bit awkward. He looked left and right. The other classmates were the same, looking at a loss. Scratching their heads in anxiety. Steve fell into deep thought. It's not very comfortable to write with a soft brush, maybe try switching to a hard pen. Try again. He became more focused, trying hard to feel the subtle texture of the core, adjusting the hardness and force of his mental power. Like looking for a tiny foothold on ice, he tried to inscribe deeper and more steadily. Finally, after one cautious touch, the slippery surface seemed to be briefly gripped by his mental power a little bit. Compared to Steve, who had spent a great deal of effort to make a little progress. The other students' performance was even worse. After all, only 1/3 of the students had mastered the meditation method. They could operate normally. For the remaining 2/3 who hadn't mastered it, just being able to externalize their mental power was already a very difficult task. Lena's performance was just like that. She barely externalized her mental power, and it could only poke the Q-elastic block in front of her, making it wobble like a wooden stick. She was not discouraged and kept trying. However, as she tried, she suddenly wiped the corner of her mouth. It's just like the pudding from the cafeteria. Lena was already immersed in her own food world. She hadn't made any progress, but she was having a lot of fun. The white-bearded wizard had already walked down from the podium. He patrolled among the new students. Sweeping over the progress of all the students, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Not a single student had spotted the little trick he had demonstrated when casting the spell just now. It would be one thing if their mental talent wasn't high, but there wasn't even a student with outstanding intelligence. Another poor batch. But the white-bearded wizard's expression remained gentle. Faced with new students who were at a loss, he would even offer a word or two of guidance. When he walked to Steve's side, he paused slightly. His mental talent was passable. It was a pity his intelligence wasn't outstanding enough. However, the resilience of his mental power was very strong, and he had his own ideas. Having one's own ideas is also a rare and valuable quality among the wizard community. Just as he was about to offer a word or two of guidance, a scream suddenly rang out in the classroom. Aha! The mental power graver that Steve had managed to condense with great difficulty twisted instantly. He looked up in dissatisfaction. Who is it? Who's hungry again? A shrill, distorted scream suddenly tore through the silence of the classroom. The students looked toward the sound. Inside a shell-shaped protective barrier in the middle back row, a thin, small-statured boy had a twisted expression, his eyes bulging from intense pain, bloodshot eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. His midsection had already been squeezed by an invisible force to the thickness of an arm. Shards of shattered bone pierced through his skin and flesh, gruesomely exposed to the air, mixed with blood. He looked like a bizarre dumbbell. Oh my god. Blood. So much blood. How terrifying. Terrified screams instantly erupted among the freshmen. Several students nearby were splattered with blood, their faces pale with fright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Steve, witnessing this scene, was also shocked. Is simply carving a rune really this dangerous? Or rather, a binding rune actually has such a terrifying lethality. Silence. The white-bearded wizard's voice instantly overpowered all the noise in the classroom. With a flash, he appeared beside the severely injured student. The white-bearded wizard frowned. After a brief scan, his gaze turned increasingly cold. Save me, teacher. Save me. Seeing the teacher approach, the boy lying on the ground felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart and immediately called for help, enduring the pain. The white-bearded wizard, however, only looked at him coldly. Tell me, what did you do? I don't know, teacher, please save me. The boy was covered in tears and snot. Realizing the teacher was only looking at him coldly, he immediately began to tremble. He dragged his body over to the white-bearded wizard, gripping the teacher's robe tightly with both hands, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. I beg you, save me. The white-bearded wizard remained unmoved. I will ask one last time, what did you do? I just tried to sketch a rune in my mental space. Ha! The white-bearded wizard felt like he was almost being laughed at in anger. You haven't even ignited your spirit fire, yet you dare to sketch runes directly in your mental space. Fool. A fool who doesn't even know they are a fool. Who gave you the courage to do that? Steve also shook his head inwardly. Both textbooks, meditation method and rune explanation, clearly mentioned this taboo. The teacher had also emphasized in class to first carve runes on casting materials. But those who court death cannot be stopped. The boy's wails grew weaker and weaker. His eyes grew increasingly desperate. So cold. Teacher, I was wrong. I don't want to die. A trace of pity finally appeared in the white-bearded wizard's eyes. A soft white light enveloped the wounded boy, his shattered bones made subtle, clucking sounds as they began to reset, the splattered blood flowed back, and his flesh squirmed and closed up. But this was clearly just initial treatment. The wounded boy's pale complexion and unfocused eyes signaled immense pain and trauma at the soul level. The white-bearded wizard did not use any direct regression methods to fully restore the boy. Instead of letting you become a wizard, it is better for you to be a commoner and live out your life in peace. The white-bearded wizard scanned the classroom. Let this be a warning. The boy lay on his seat, gasping for breath. Steve withdrew his gaze. He continued to focus on the slime core in front of him. The fear and lingering dread brought by this accident caused the atmosphere of the entire class to plummet to rock bottom. Until the end of class, most students' practice progress had almost stalled. But there were also some students who, like Steve, were undisturbed. They were already able to carve a corner of the rune on one side of the slime core. Well done. The white-bearded wizard's voice became gentle again. Hearing the teacher's voice, Steve raised his head with some excitement. The white-bearded wizard smiled slightly and pointed out a few areas where Steve was lacking. Until the bell rang outside the classroom. All right, class dismissed. The oppressive feeling that had shrouded the classroom quietly dissipated by more than half. Some students have grasped it well. Continue to practice hard after class. The white-bearded wizard encouraged. The first student to successfully master Mage Hand can come to find me, and I will gift them a new spell for free as a reward. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the students, lingering on Steve for a moment. Finally, I suggest that everyone exchange for a portion of glowing cuisine from the cafeteria every day. It is highly beneficial for tempering your spirit and solidifying your foundation. Especially for those students who have not yet mastered the meditation method. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-bearded wizard's figure dissipated. After the teacher left, the tense atmosphere in the classroom finally relaxed. After waiting for a while longer, low murmurs of discussion began again. A spell reward. It seems I can strive for this. The runes and spells taught by the teacher in class were limited. To obtain more spells, one needed to rely on a large amount of points to exchange for them. Steve had checked with his crystal card, even the cheapest spell cost hundreds of points. And to learn some more advanced spells, one needed to join the teacher's research group, help with many odd jobs, and make many contributions to obtain them. Steve made up his mind. In these next few days, he would spare no effort to complete the Mage Hand spell. This would at least save him hundreds of points. And he could also gain the teacher's favor and a series of other hidden benefits. That scared the life out of me just now. Lena ran to Steve's side in small steps like a frightened little rabbit, patting her chest, her eyes full of lingering fear. Being a wizard is really too dangerous. Steve withdrew his thoughts, and seeing her jumpy appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "You can also apply to the school to cancel the contract and go back to being an ordinary person." Lena was stunned. She just wanted to vent her emotions and hadn't really considered that option. After thinking seriously for a moment, she shook her head. "If I go back, there won't be so many delicious things to eat." "Hey, the teacher said the glowing cuisine is good. Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch together?" Lena took the opportunity to bring up the next topic. Steve thought about it. "All right, let's go together then." After all, it was the teacher's suggestion, and he also wanted to taste what the glowing cuisine was actually like. Lena immediately smiled. "The glowing cuisine is great in every way, but it requires points. The senior student next door to my dorm told me that points are really hard to earn." The two of them walked side by side on the road to the cafeteria. Lena hopped and skipped while talking nonstop. She desperately took on tasks like cleaning the magical botanical garden, getting chased by those man-eating vines, and only managed to save up a pitiful few points after a week. And helping the library organize those flying magic books, she almost got knocked unconscious. The senior said she's willing to take me along to do tasks. "Do you want to come too?" "Maybe in a while." Steve decided to consider earning points only after he had learned Mage Hand. The two did not notice a hidden and hateful gaze coming from the classroom behind them. It was that thin, weak boy who had the accident. The jealousy in his eyes was almost overflowing. Why was everyone else's talent better than his? Why could others get the teacher's guidance? Why could he still be praised by the teacher? The boy only felt that this world was full of unfairness and malice. If his talent wasn't so poor and he hadn't been stuck for so long without progress, he wouldn't have thought to try such an extreme method. This was absolutely not his fault. Why? His fingernails dug deep into his palms. More viciousness and madness welled up in the depths of his eyes. Beehive Dormitory. Steve lay on his bed, silently circulating his meditation method. Until the cool sensation in his mental space no longer came. He opened his eyes. The stake is indeed effective. With a slight movement of his mind, he brought up the MC panel that only he could see. The green progress bar representing his experience level, which usually grew like a trickle, had increased by a tiny, barely visible amount. About a 2 or 3% increase. Better than nothing, I suppose. But the stake's effects were not limited to just this. Steve sat at the crafting table and picked up the bouncy slime core. As his will dictated, his mental energy began to circulate. He could clearly feel that his control was a bit smoother. Although the improvement was also slight, under such delicate operations, he could clearly feel the difference the improvement brought. It also has a mental activation effect, which can help me engrave runes. This effect lasted for about 3 hours in total, from cultivation to engraving runes. Would enhancing it further improve these two effects? Steve's eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on the bowl on the table containing another glowing stake. He moved the bowl in front of him and began to mobilize the enhancement rune in his mental space. His mental energy surged out like a tide, far more violently than when enhancing regular white bread. Steve instantly felt a slight throbbing in his brain. This feeling was similar to when he enhanced the white bread to +7. As expected of an extraordinary material, the consumption is much greater. Fortunately, the silvery white halo eventually succeeded in enveloping the steak. After lasting for a breath's time, the light was completely absorbed by the steak. Fire lizard steak +1. Satiety +6. Auxiliary cultivation efficiency +5%. Mental activation +5%. Effect duration 3.5 hours. Note: more delicious. Long-term consumption can slightly increase a wizard's source potential. Success. Steve breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect the duration to increase as well. What a pleasant surprise. What was more important was the addition of a note: long-term consumption could increase source potential. This note did not exist before the enhancement. Even if it did, it was so weak that the panel ignored it. The enhancement rune is truly powerful. Perhaps in the future, he could even upgrade ordinary resources bought with points to a level approaching that of heavenly treasures. However, it was a test for his magic power, mental energy. After a short meditation to recover, Steve licked his lips. Can I add more? He surged his mental energy again, attempting a second enhancement. The mental pressure struck again, like walking while carrying heavier shackles, almost making him black out. In the end, he barely managed to enhance the steak to +3. Fire lizard steak +3. Satiety +10. Auxiliary cultivation efficiency +10%. Mental activation +8%. Effect duration 4.5 hours. Note: super fragrant grilled steak. Long-term consumption can slightly increase a wizard's source potential. Who? This is my limit. Steve panted heavily, feeling as if a chunk of his mental energy had been hollowed out, his eyes somewhat unfocused. But after smelling the intense aroma of the meat, his spirit clearly lifted. The price was absolutely worth it. He did not activate the panel's instant eat function. Instead, he turned on a switch on the crafting table that controlled the flame. The flame, originally used for roasting potions, now heated the steak, fully bringing out the fragrance it emitted. After cutting the steak into small pieces, Steve savored it like a true gourmet, chewing slowly. Feeling the juices and exquisite taste bursting from every fiber of the meat. Although it took some time, the mental enjoyment brought by this delicacy was completely worth it. The steak entered his stomach, turning into a gentle current of heat that swept through his entire body. Steve collapsed onto the soft bed, cultivating his meditation method to restore his mental energy. After recovering his state, he once again grabbed the bouncy slime core. This time, the circulation of his mental energy was even smoother. The trajectory of outlining the binding rune was unprecedentedly smooth. By the time Steve came to his senses from this wonderful state, it was already late at night. One side of the core had been successfully engraved with 1/3 of the rune lines. If I can maintain this speed, it will take at most 18 days to complete the rune engraving on all 6 sides. But I don't have enough points. He tapped open his personal crystal card. Point balance 7. At most, he could only buy 7 more portions. The steak's effect only lasts for 4.5 hours. With morning classes, I have about 13 hours of free time from noon until sleep. To maintain this high-efficiency cultivation and engraving state, I need 1.5 portions of enhanced steak every day. Steve frowned. Points, they burn through way too fast. What was even more fatal was that this high-intensity enhancement of extraordinary items placed a huge burden on his mind. He estimated he could only enhance about 1 steak's worth per day. I can't maximize efficiency at all. If it really comes down to it, I'll have to try borrowing points. Steve felt a wave of urgency. But compared to most freshmen, the progress he had made was already very fast. Steve repeatedly calculated various possibilities until his heavy eyelids could no longer hold up. Take it slow, just do what I need to do properly first. He yawned and fell into a deep sleep. The next few days were very fulfilling for Steve. For these freshmen, they only had one class every morning, with the afternoon free to manage. But this situation of having many classes would not last. Usually, after 1 year, they would determine their major courses, and by then, they would only have class once every 3 days or once a week. After some time, it would be complete self-study. If they wanted to learn more, they would have to exchange points or apply to join various research groups. The bell rang for the end of class. Today, I taught you how to make a special fuel called steel carbon. You can purchase materials yourselves to practice. The workshop will buy back qualified products for points. Class dismissed. The young wizard on the podium ignored the few students who raised their hands to ask questions and hurried out of the classroom. Steve felt it was a pity. He also had some knowledge points he hadn't learned clearly and wanted to ask about. In this wizard academy, not all teachers were as gentle, generous, and responsible as the white-bearded wizard he met on the first day of class. Most just did the bare minimum and then rushed off to their own research projects. Being able to teach a few runes in class was already considered not bad. Spells were out of the question. Only then did he realize how lucky he was to have met such a good teacher. Steve left the enchantment class and hurried back to his dormitory. He also needed to seize the time. However, just as he was about to return to his dorm, a freshman beside him called out to him mysteriously. Steve, let's step aside to talk. Steve stopped in his tracks. Hello, Matthew, what is it? During this time in class, he had also gotten to know a few classmates who had already mastered the meditation method. But it was limited to just knowing them. The only ones he could barely call friends were Lena and Senior Hank. You're very short on points right now, aren't you? How about we make a deal? What kind of trade could I possibly have with you? Steve was very confused. Which freshman isn't short on points right now? Do you want to do a mission? Sorry, I don't have time right now, I'm really quite busy. No, that's not it. Matthew interrupted him directly. He looked left and right, confirmed no one was around, then leaned in and whispered, Excuse me for asking, but is your bottom also square? Steve. Then you are being very presumptuous. That's not what I meant. Matthew was a bit embarrassed to say it, it's mainly because a senior student wants to see. Steve was speechless. So what if she's a senior? Even a senior won't do. She said if you let her see, she can give you points. Steve. If you let her touch it, she'll give double. Steve. And if you can do that. Stop, 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 don't say another word. Steve hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt him. The more he talked, the more dangerous it got. He was still just a child. He didn't have enough ability to handle a big carriage yet. I never expected that they play so wildly in the Wizard Academy. To get points, they even sell their bodies. I can't accept this. Steve looked left and right, then whispered to Matthew, How much exactly is she offering? Matthew held out his hand. This much. Steve curled his lip and politely refused. He really couldn't accept it. Forget it, I'm a conservative person. Just as he was about to leave, Matthew grabbed him again. Don't be in such a rush. The senior student gives little, but there's another senior who gives more. Quote exclamation mark quote. Steve shook off his hand, his expression serious. You're really going too far, Matthew. No matter how much they give, it's a no. As he spoke, Steve suddenly looked at Matthew with suspicion and simultaneously backed away. He began to worry about the perverted behaviors that wizards might engage in. Matthew was stunned, then immediately blushed. That's not what I meant. The senior is from the bloodline department, he just wants to collect some of your hair, skin debris, saliva, etc., to see if he can come up with a research topic. Steve scratched his smooth chin. Is that so? His abnormality did look very much like a special phenomenon caused by a mutation or evolution in his bloodline. However, on the second day of school, senior wizard apprentice Hank had already told him when he came to find him. Under the inspection of a third circle wizard, his bloodline had no issues. The senior is an advanced apprentice about to promote to a first circle wizard. And he just finished a major research project with a fourth circle wizard. To substantiate his words, Matthew introduced as much of the senior's background as he knew. Wizard families have unique research on bloodlines, maybe they can even stimulate the hidden bloodline in you. As Steve listened, he frowned instead. If a third circle wizard didn't discover his hidden MC panel, what about higher ranked ones? This senior had connections with even more powerful high-ranked wizards. It would be fine if they didn't discover anything. But if they really figured it out, and there was a sum of dirty money on him that hadn't been laundered yet, how would he survive then? I need to at least learn the 2 alchemy runes of decomposition and synthesis before I have a more sufficient reason to expose my hidden power. After thinking for a moment, Steve asked, I haven't decided yet, can we talk about it after some time? Matthew shook his head. The senior has at least a dozen research topics as backups, he won't wait just for you. Steve shrugged regretfully. Then I can only ask you to help me decline the senior's kind offer. Matthew's face showed disappointment. If the deal could be reached, he would also be able to gain some benefits. Matthew suddenly rolled his eyes. One last question, Steve. Go ahead. Is your poop also square? Steve was speechless. Why are you asking this again? It's a long-term business, Matthew said seriously. A senior from the Chaos Beast Academy, his magical pet has been having a poor appetite and wants to find some new appetizing snacks for it. Steve was truly impressed. As expected of a student from the creative workshop, he could find gigs anywhere. It's inconvenient to disclose. Matthew eventually left in disappointment. Just doing ordinary missions isn't enough to cover the points I need to spend. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to borrow from them. Matthew gritted his teeth, took out his crystal card, and started making contact. Steve returned to his dormitory and fell into a cycle of crazy involution. Cultivating his meditation method, enhancing stake, engraving runes, resting to restore his spirit. Over the next 18 days, Steve poured all his energy, aside from attending classes and cultivating, into the bouncy slime core in his palm. In front of the simple crafting table, his spiritual power transformed into the finest carving knife, moving slowly and firmly across the 6 faces over and over again. The continuous tempering effect brought by the enhancement rune, the increase in cultivation progress, and the effect of the stake made him increasingly adept at engraving runes. With each additional face engraved, the difficulty increased a little. But Steve still achieved the expected progress. 6 faces, nearly perfect. Only the last face remained, with just a small segment of the rune end needing to be outlined and connected. In one go, finish it. Steve took a deep breath, cast aside the fatigue accumulated over the days, and immersed his mind completely into it. His fingertips pressed steadily against the core, his spiritual power condensed into nearly tangible threads, extending and turning cautiously along the established path. He seemed to enter a wondrous state. The sounds of the outside world and the passage of time became blurred. Before his eyes, only the pulsating spiritual engravings and the subtle textures on the core's surface remained. It was as if his fingertips were the entire world. Hum. Accompanied by a faint resonance that could only be perceived by the spirit, the final rune trajectory closed perfectly, instantly creating an invisible link with the runes on the other 5 faces. The entire slime core took on a trace of imperceptible resilience. It was done. The most difficult and cumbersome step of constructing the mage hand was complete. Just as he felt a wave of joy, Steve felt a huge sense of fatigue surging over him like a tide. His head also felt waves of dizziness. Phew. He let out a long breath, his body slumping back against the chair. Looks like that's it for today. To learn Mage Hand, he still needed to construct a temporary binding rune in his spiritual space, and then use spiritual energy to guide and construct the complete spell model. This also required highly concentrated spirit and a full state of energy. And this casting material also has some imperfections. Steve picked up the block and examined it closely. He could clearly see some messiness and sloppiness at the ends or turns of some lines. These imperfections would all affect the success rate of the spell. If the construction failed, the casting material would be destroyed, and he didn't have extra points to buy a new one. I wonder if these problems can be corrected after enhancement. He planned to enhance this engraved slime block before doing anything else. If he could improve the core quality, the resulting mage hand would be more powerful and stable. Now my total mana value has reached 14 units. With more than half of my current remaining mana, I wonder if I can complete one enhancement. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He mobilized the enhancement rune floating beside his spirit fire. A wisp of condensed spiritual power surged out, attempting to connect to the slime core on the table. The moment his spiritual power touched the core, a strong sense of resistance came, far heavier than when enhancing the stake. The stable rune structure inside the core seemed to form a solid barrier, stubbornly resisting the intrusion of the enhancement energy. It hasn't reached the limit yet, continue. Steve gritted his teeth, fine sweat seeping from his forehead, and pushed the enhancement rune with all his might. A connection was established between the slime core in his hand and the enhancement rune in his mental space. A silvery white halo struggled to ignite on the surface of the core. It flickered like a candle in the wind, lasting less than half a breath before it poofed and completely dissipated. Enhancement failed. Hiss. Steve drew a sharp breath, feeling as if his brain had been pricked by a needle. As expected, things containing rule runes aren't so easy to enhance. He rubbed his throbbing temples and smiled helplessly. A wave of intense hunger followed suit. Due to his growth in strength and high-intensity mental expenditure, his satiety meter, which was originally enough to last 30 days, had been depleted in just 18 days. However, he was still far from the point of losing health. Steve picked up the white bread he had stored. It had already gone slightly moldy. Time to restock at the cafeteria, and maybe eat something else to change my mood. The cafeteria was still filled with the aroma of various exotic foods. Steve chose grilled fish, creamy mushroom soup, chickpeas in tomato sauce, and a large plate of seafood braised noodles. This meal, enough for 2 people, only left him about 70% full. As he ate, he pondered his upcoming plan. Next, he needed to master the decomposition rune and the synthesis rune as soon as possible. He also had to master the wayfinding spell, as well as the prerequisite rune perception for spells. There were 5 days left until next month. If he didn't master the wayfinding spell, he would have to spend points to exchange for it. He also had to consider earning points. He needed to ensure his growth efficiency during these 5 days didn't drop. But point-earning missions weren't that easy to complete. There were tens of thousands of missions, and they were constantly being completed and refreshed. Missions with high cost effectiveness were hard to find and hard to snatch. They also had requirements regarding strength and mastered runes. Unless he did what the senior student mentioned by Lena did, cleaning the magic botanical garden or organizing flying books. These long-term basic tasks had low efficiency and were even somewhat threatening to them, the primary apprentices. If only I could use the crafting table to synthesize a pickaxe and a furnace. Then I could take on those long-term mining and ore sorting tasks that others find so miserable. But for now, can my enhancement rune be used to earn points? Enhancing the food in the cafeteria seemed like a good path. Food enhanced by him would not only have improved attributes but would also become more fragrant and delicious. I wonder which mission involves whetting the appetite of a magic pet with a poor appetite. I couldn't find it on the crystal card. I'll have to ask Matthew. Steve's upcoming plans and goals gradually became clear. Steve. What a coincidence. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Matthew greeted Steve while holding a tray. It really is a coincidence. Steve sized up his food. The tray actually held 2 servings of glowing cuisine emitting a soft light. He was somewhat surprised. It seems this kid really found a good gig. Matthew enthusiastically beckoned. Come, let's go sit over there. Some friends want to meet you. Steve agreed readily. He followed, carrying his tray. As he approached another long table on the side, Steve paused slightly. He couldn't help but squint. Sitting at the table were three young men and women with distinctly different temperaments. And in front of each of them was a pile of various glowing cuisine. Frost berry salad emitting icy mist calms the mind. Lava beast steak flowing with liquid golden light increases fire element affinity. Jade dew stew increases natural affinity perception. A sense of opulence hit him in the face. Even more eye-catching was that these three freshmen wore several gemstone rings emitting magical fluctuations on their fingers and exquisite magic necklaces around their necks, silently displaying their extraordinary wealth. To be honest, Steve felt a momentary pang of bitterness. He even felt like the background music for Accidentally Wandering into a Wealthy Household was playing in his ears. Come, let me introduce you. Matthew acted as an intermediary with a beaming smile. This is classmate Steve, our Creative Workshop's undisputed #1 talent this year, with 8 marks on his entrance test. The innocent-looking girl's eyes immediately lit up. Wow. 8 marks. That's amazing. Her voice was sweet. While speaking, she held her hands to her chest, swaying slightly. Steve, however, inexplicably shivered. She's so fake. Matthew continued to introduce the others. This is Miss Elena, this is young Master Dylan, and this is young Master Lucas. All of them have 7 marks, geniuses from the Silverwing family. The 2 boys carried a clear air of arrogance, yet they smiled and nodded at Steve. The 3 of them wore the same emblem on their chests, a silver bird with wings spread as if about to take flight. The emblem itself emitted faint magical fluctuations. So they are children of wizard families. Steve understood instantly. He swept his gaze over Matthew and discovered he also had the same emblem on his chest, though its light seemed slightly dimmer. Classmate Steve, sit next to me. Elena invited him enthusiastically. Steve greeted them and sat down as requested. I really envy you, classmate Steve, for having 1 level higher talent than us. Elena said with a hint of a coquettish tone. For people like us who aren't as talented, we have to eat several servings of glowing cuisine every day just to make up for the gap. Things to activate the mind, enhance physical potential, increase cultivation efficiency. I'm almost stuffed to bursting every time I eat, it's truly distressing Tilda. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue in a cutesy manner. Steve silently ate a spoonful of beans. Is this humble bragging? It didn't seem like simple showing off. Steve didn't know their intentions, so he simply pretended not to understand and asked back. Then why don't you eat that expensive, high-level magical beast broth? 1 serving is equivalent to the effect of several servings of glowing cuisine. Doesn't the cafeteria sell it for 20 points a serving? Elena's expression stiffened immediately. Of course, it was because it was even more expensive. Their table of glowing cuisine didn't even total 20 points. The cost-performance ratio isn't very high tilde. Although we have plenty of points, it's not good to waste them like that. The other 2 also swept a meaningful glance at the food in front of Steve. Steve instantly read their subtext. You have the nerve to say that while eating that level of food. Are you really pulling a, why don't they eat meat porridge, on us? Steve watched their expressions, wanting to say something but forcibly holding back, and found it rather amusing. At the same time, he was convinced that these 3 were not as friendly as they appeared. He wanted to see what kind of medicine they were selling in this gourd. Sure enough, the topics Matthew brought up intentionally or unintentionally made the atmosphere lively again. The 3 youths from the wizard families also took this opportunity to exchange covert glances. Elena again asked for help with a coquettish tone. Classmate Steve, I encountered a small problem while inscribing the binding rune. I feel like I just can't handle the transition on the 3rd face well. How about you? How is your progress? In alchemy class, the teacher specifically praised you. Can you give me some pointers? She blinked her big eyes, looking cutesy. Dylan snorted coldly, cutting in before Steve could speak, and said in a slightly boastful tone. I have already completed the rune inscription on 5 faces of the slime core. If it weren't for this thing being so slippery and me ruining a few, my progress would be even faster. He glanced at Steve with obvious arrogance. Without enough points to support you, and without the guidance of family experience, relying only on talent, I'm afraid you're still fumbling with 2 or 3 faces, right? Steve's heart stirred slightly. These family children who had been immersed in wizard knowledge since childhood and had abundant resources were not necessarily keeping up with his progress. One playing the soft approach, the other the hard approach. It seemed they were trying to provoke his defiance and pride to make him reveal his true progress. Was this their motive? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The Wizarding Journey of a Minecraft Player. Part 2. This time, Steve did not choose to snap back. His expression remained indifferent, and he only said calmly, I'm ashamed to say I'm not as good as classmate Dylan, I've only completed 4 sides. Another black-haired boy named Lucas smiled and encouraged Steve. 4 sides. For an ordinary freshman without a family heritage, that's already quite good. Diligence can make up for clumsiness, take your time. A flash of surprise crossed Matthew's eyes. He knew how disciplined and hardworking his neighbor had been during this time. He wouldn't have only made this much progress. Just as he was preparing to help smooth things over, Elena immediately and understandingly found an excuse for Steve. Oh my, classmate Steve must be lacking points and the resources to assist in cultivation and mental energy recovery. Otherwise, with his talent, he could definitely do better. Her tone was sincere as she gazed at Steve with glistening, watery eyes. Immediately after, as if she had made a great decision, she took out a crystal card, which clearly displayed point balance, 100. How about this? As a friend, I can lend you some points first. To help you get through this difficult time. Elena's tone sounded exceptionally sincere and generous. So, is she trying to invest and build favor just like Senior Hank? Then why take such a long detour? Is it the face and reserve of the wizard families? Steve was a bit puzzled. With a hint of surprise and gratitude on his face, he tentatively said. Really? Thank you so much. I will always remember the friendship of the Silverwing family. Steve's words caused a flash of joy to appear on the faces of the 3. But Dylan immediately frowned and scolded Elena. How can family points be lent to an outsider so casually? This is against the rules. Elena immediately withdrew the crystal card in her hand and defended herself aggrievedly. Dylan. Steve is our friend. Isn't it right to help a friend? Lucas also nodded. But then he revealed a difficult expression. Friends are friends, but the use of family resources does indeed require a procedure. How about this? After a brief pause, he looked at Steve. We can sign a formal, mutual aid loan contract, to clearly define the rights and obligations of both parties. This way, it solves your urgent need and makes it easier to explain to the family. What do you think? Alone. Between their coordinated singing and harmonizing, Steve felt that the fox's tail of the other party had finally been revealed. Lucas took out a piece of parchment flickering with magical brilliance and handed it to him. It's a very simple agreement, mainly to ensure that the family can receive some small returns in the future. Steve looked closely. Mutual help and support with family members in school, marriage, one family. Under no circumstances can one be an enemy of the Silverwing family, repay the family after graduation. The content was long and complex. It looked full of respect. But behind it, some supplementary notes clearly marked. Must repay after receiving help. Must bear children for the Silverwing family, cannot refuse requests for help. It was clearly intended to make someone a live-in son-in-law and vassal of this Silverwing family. There was no room for choice. And in the subsequent repayment clauses, there was no mention of a time limit at all. Isn't this just an indentured servitude contract? Giving him 80 points a month is indeed a generous amount for a freshman. But it shouldn't require him to risk his life for a lifetime to pay it back, right? Steve frowned and immediately asked. Aren't these conditions too harsh? Can I just repay the points, and I can pay more interest later? What do you mean by this? Do you look down on our family? Dylan immediately said with dissatisfaction, how many people want to join our Silverwing family but don't have the chance? Elena also immediately changed to a soothing tone. Don't worry Tilda, these terms are mainly symbolic, just going through the motions. If you don't like them, we won't force you. Lucas then added earnestly, that's right. Talent is just the starting point, resources are the ladder to strength. Seize the opportunity, attach yourself to the strong, and you can soar to the sky. Our friendship is very precious. Steve's gaze inadvertently swept over Matthew, who was beside him. At this moment, Matthew was sitting with half his butt almost hanging off the edge of the stool, a humble and fawning smile squeezed onto his face, chiming in whenever he could to agree with the three. He understood in his heart. If he signed it, he would be tricked. So their goal was to set a trap for me. A beautiful member of the opposite romance to stimulate the young man's longing and self-esteem. The other two were responsible for suppression, playing the bad cop. Expressing friendliness while emphasizing a sense of superiority. Then using Matthew, someone he was familiar with, to lower his guard, while also peddling anxiety about points. Although the acting was immature, the method was quite mature. Who knows how many freshmen they have tricked using this method. I still need to be careful in the future, even with classmates, I cannot let my guard down. Hey! Steve laughed lightly, and in that laughter, one could not tell if there was joy or anger. He stood up and swept his calm gaze over the four hypocritical faces in front of him. Thank you all for your kindness. However, I think I will rely on my own diligence to make up for clumsiness, and take it slow. Farewell. One last piece of advice. Steve looked at Elena, a look of disgust appearing on his face. The way you put on that cutesy, high-pitched voice is really disgusting. After speaking, without waiting for the other party to respond, Steve picked up his tray, turned around, and left straight away, without looking back even once. The dining table instantly fell into a dead silence. Ungrateful wretch. Dylan slammed the table, making the trays jump. A mud-legged peasant actually dares to reject the olive branch of the Silverwing family. And dares to threaten us. His cold gaze turned to Matthew. Look at the kind of people you choose. Giving you the family mark is to let you recruit talent for the family, not to let you bring such an ignorant fool who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth to waste our time. A trace of humiliation flashed across Matthew's face, and he hurriedly stood up. I'm sorry, young master. I'm sorry, miss. It was me who didn't check clearly. It was me who was blind. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and unappreciative. Lucas's expression was grave, and instead, a sense of wariness appeared in his eyes. It's that guy who is too smart. He saw that we were setting a trap for him. We'd better not provoke him in the future. He was vaguely regretful. So much so that he had a bold idea. Perhaps we should even rush to apologize and make amends with him. The other three looked at Lucas in disbelief. Are you stupid? The expression on Elena's face was the most furious. Her face had gone stiff from fooling a smile. And you're telling her that the other party was watching her act like a clown. Her voice was venomous. We absolutely cannot let him off easily. Dylan also agreed with this point. What do you want to do? Go and beat him up. But that would violate the academy rules. No, Elena's eyes were full of calculation. I suspect he wasn't telling the truth at all just now. With that composed look of his progress on the binding rune is definitely more than 4 sides. He is very likely close to finishing. Dylan's eyes narrowed. How could a mud-legged peasant like him be faster than me? Could it be, he also wants to be the first to master Mage Hand and get the reward? That's right. Elena said with certainty, we must not let him succeed. Dylan frowned. Then I will step up my rune engraving. I can also spend points to find other seniors or mentors who understand the binding rune to ask for guidance. Lucas couldn't help but speak up to remind them. What if it's too late? He still didn't want to have more conflict with Steve. It won't be too late. Elena lowered her voice. We can just find someone and buy a slime core that already has the binding rune engraved on it. Lucas gasped, subconsciously retorting, are you crazy? Can't the teacher tell you're cheating? It is very obvious when two types of mental energy cannot fit together. How is this any different from directly slapping the teacher in the face? Even if the teacher keeps their word and rewards the spell, you will have completely offended the teacher for the rest of your life. Who said Dylan has to use it himself? Elena sneered. There will always be greedy fools who can't resist temptation. We just need to, accidentally, get the core into their hands. We can just pick from the fools who signed contracts with the family, then the spell can still benefit us. Dylan, you should also step up your practice and prepare for both possibilities. Hive Dormitory. Steve stared at the slime core in his palm, its inscription now complete. He had adjusted his state to its peak. Enhancement. The rune beside the spirit fire lit up in response, and a massive surge of mental energy poured out, transforming into a condensed, silvery white stream of light that heavily enveloped the core. The resistance remained strong. The stable rune array within the core seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Steve gritted his teeth, his temples throbbing, as his overflowing mental energy poured in like a floodgate being released. The core suddenly vibrated, and the silver radiance on its surface flared up instantly. The silvery white halo covered the core with difficulty but determination, persisting for a full breath of time before slowly retracting. Slime core binding rune inscribed +1. Casting material quality slightly improved. Mental energy compatibility +5%. Casting power +10%. Note. It looks more delicious. Steve smiled slightly. Success. But it wasn't food, so what on earth did, looks more delicious, mean? Upon closer inspection, the ends of those originally somewhat messy and sloppy rune lines appeared as if they had been refined, becoming smooth, fluid, deep, and clear. The success rate for constructing spells had clearly increased. Steve fell backward, lying on the bed. He raced against time to recover his state. By the time his mental energy was full and replenished, the sky had already darkened. Judging by the mana consumption, the casting material could still be enhanced, but it was already enough. Let's start constructing Mage Hand. He grasped the bouncy block. He carefully mobilized his mental energy, guiding it to outline and weave above the spirit fire, using the physical core before him as a blueprint and anchor. Light converged and condensed. Finally, a temporary binding rune, simulated and constructed from pure mental energy, quietly took shape, hovering opposite the enhancement rune like twin stars. Following this, the mental energy, guided by the rules of the binding rune, rapidly spread and took shape. A palm, composed entirely of translucent mental energy with clear contours and a solid texture, floated quietly in front of him. On the surface of the palm, extremely fine, silvery white patterns, seemingly originating from the same source as the enhancement core, appeared to flow. Mage Hand. It flexibly opened its 5 fingers and then gently clenched into a fist, perfectly synchronized with Steve's thoughts, as if it were an extension of his own arm. He picked up the quill on the table. It was grasped steadily without the slightest tremor. Furthermore, due to the bouncy and soft properties of the casting material, the Mage Hand could also be enlarged or shrunk. Steve tried reducing the supply of mental energy, and the Mage Hand shrank accordingly. Its 5 fingers combined were not even as thick as one of his own fingers. It was like a baby's palm. After increasing the mental energy supply, the Mage Hand suddenly expanded. It was nearly a meter long, large enough to grab his entire body in one go. 19 days of hard cultivation had finally borne fruit. With a thought from Steve, the Mage Hand picked up a white bread and brought it to his mouth. Crunch, 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 crunch. In less than 2 seconds, the bread was eaten up. It can actually trigger the instant eat function directly. This meant that the mage hand was considered a part of his whole, capable of interacting with the MC panel. Looking at it this way, he might be able to use the mage hand to help him operate pickaxes, bows, longswords, and other weapons in the future. I wonder if I am the first freshman to complete this spell. Steve took out his crystal card to check. It was already night. Should he wait until dawn to find the mentor and claim the reward, or go now? For a powerful wizard like the white-bearded mentor, sleep was likely already an optional embellishment. Besides, he dared not underestimate the progress of other students. If he lost the reward of a new spellbook because of reserve or embarrassment about disturbing the mentor, Steve would probably be unable to sleep at all. Go find Mentor Wendell now. Having made his decision, Steve left the dormitory and, following the guidance of the wayfinding magic, wove through the labyrinthine academy buildings. Magical lights illuminated the path, and occasionally, looking up, he could see a small patch of the deep night sky. He still encountered quite a few people on the road. For wizards with slightly stronger strength, day and night made no difference. Finally, he arrived in front of a hemispherical metal building engraved with mysterious star charts. Steve circled around once before finding the door. Beside the door, a machine similar to a turnstile flickered with a steady, faint light. Steve swiped his crystal card on the turnstile and simultaneously explained his purpose to the machine, which had sound receiving capabilities. A moment later, the turnstile flashed a green light, and the door slid open automatically. After walking inside, he discovered that the space within was far larger than it appeared from the outside. But what surprised him even more was that besides the white-bearded mentor Wendell, another freshman was standing there. Could I be a step too late? Steve thought to himself, oh no. Mentor Wendell's gaze fell upon the other freshman, looking very displeased. Edgar Flynn. I will ask you one more time. Did you complete the construction of the mage hand alone? Edgar swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, but in the end, he bit the bullet and answered with a trembling voice. Yes, mentor. I completed it myself. He glanced at Steve, his eyes complex, seemingly carrying a trace of luck and determination. Very well. Mentor Wendell's voice betrayed no emotion. Show me. He went to a large crafting table and took out an extremely precise balance scale and a jar of purple gravel that Steve did not recognize. He then placed a weight on the left side of the balance. Use your mage hand to take the material from the jar, place it on the right tray of the balance, and balance it. A flash of surprise crossed Edgar's eyes, a demonstration. Did this mean the mentor approved? It seemed he would be able to get the reward for this new spell. Glancing at Steve, he focused his mind and began to cast the spell. A slightly illusory, pale blue mage hand with subtle streams of mental energy constantly dissipating from its edges condensed in front of him. Steve keenly felt that this mage hand was a bit off. It was very different from the one he had condensed. Edgar's mage hand reached into the jar and scooped up a handful of purple gravel. It gently sprinkled it onto the balance tray. The weight on the left side of the balance was immediately lifted. Seeing this, Edgar hurriedly controlled the mage hand to scoop out a small portion of the gravel and return it to the jar. The pointer of the balance kept swaying. The sweat on Edgar's head kept increasing. This task was even more tiring than he had imagined. The more Steve watched, the stranger he found it. The mage hand was originally created for precise and tedious operations. Wizards had to use this spell when conducting experiments with various dangerous materials, and the requirements for its stability and precision were extremely high. This freshman had only scooped sand a few times. Why was this mage hand already starting to shake? It seems I still have a chance to snatch the reward. The mentor did not chase him away, so Steve watched silently from the side. The sweat on Edgar's forehead was already blurring his vision. Each operation made his mental pressure greater and greater. But he was gritting his teeth and persisting. When his mage hand pinched another grain of purple gravel, it suddenly shook uncontrollably. Snap! Purple gravel fell onto the crafting table. A thick cloud of smoke exploded instantly. When the smoke encountered the stray spiritual energy of the mage hand, it was like gunpowder meeting fire, erupting instantly. The entire mage hand was instantly blown to pieces. Edgar let out a scream, clutching his head as he stumbled backward. Steve had already darted more than 10 meters away. He looked at the white-bearded mentor, who seemed to have anticipated this long ago. This material is called soul-corroding dust. It can corrode spiritual power and will explode upon significant impact. Wendell said indifferently, his face expressionless. More importantly, the smoke it condenses can trace the manifested spiritual power back to the spiritual source and damage the origin of the soul. Edgar, lying on the ground, wore a look of terror. He could already feel something spreading along the spiritual energy of the mage hand into his spiritual space. No. His spirit fire suddenly turned purple and began to burn violently, using his spirit and flesh as fuel. A pain thousands of times more severe than before erupted instantly. Why? Save me! Save me! Edgar's eyes were instantly filled with purple-black, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling deep within his pupils. He tore at his hair in agony, his body curled up on the ground, rolling frantically. I am always too merciful. Wendell shook his head. I thought the lesson last time was profound enough. Now it seems that mercy is actually a greater cruelty. While rolling on the ground, Edgar shouted with difficulty. Save me. Mentor. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell the truth. I didn't carve the core, I picked it up in the classroom. I shouldn't have deceived you. A flash of realization crossed Steve's mind. So that's how it is. Using casting materials made with someone else's spiritual power will make the spell unstable or even cause it to collapse. He needed to be careful about this in the future. However, can one really just pick up this kind of thing at will? It felt a bit strange. He couldn't help but look at Mentor Wendell. This time, there was not a shred of pity in the mentor's eyes. He had already given him a chance. From the initial questioning to the moment he felt the strain while using the mage hand but didn't withdraw. Wendell just watched the student rolling in pain on the ground, his life force fading rapidly. Under Steve's horrified gaze, Edgar's struggles grew weaker, and his body began to undergo decomposition and dissipate like ash after burning. In the end, only a small pile of deep purple powder remained on the ground. Compared to the previous soul-corroding dust, this pile of ash mixture emitted a more crystalline luster. A young life had just vanished like this. Wendell waved his hand calmly, and the powder and lingering aura vanished instantly. Only then did he turn around. His gaze fell upon Steve. I've dealt with a minor teaching accident. I've kept you waiting, Steve. Mentor Wendell's voice remained gentle and magnetic. So, are you ready to show me your mage hand? Steve felt his throat go dry, and he swallowed hard. Yes, Mentor. I am ready. Wendell went to the scale and replaced it with a weight of the same size but a different color. He stepped aside and gestured with his hand. The requirement remains the same. Use the soul-corroding dust to balance the scale. Steve took a deep breath and stepped forward 2 paces. With a thought, he summoned his mage hand. The translucent palm was outlined with silver-white patterns, its silhouette clear and solid, carrying a unique aesthetic. It was almost like a work of art. Not a single trace of spiritual power leaked out. Steve's anxious heart relaxed slightly. In this way, even if he accidentally let the soul-corroding dust drop and explode, it wouldn't corrode his own spiritual power. And thus lead to the terrible consequences Edgar suffered. I completed this spell entirely through my own efforts, so there will be no problems. Steve secretly cheered himself on. Mentor Wendell watched expressionlessly, his eyes deep and noncommittal. Steve controlled his mage hand, carefully reaching into the jar of purple gravel that emitted an ominous aura. The movements of the mage hand were very stable. It used its thumb to push a small handful of gravel into its palm, moved slowly and steadily toward the right pan of the scale, and poured it out gently. The gravel fell, making a faint rustling sound. The right pan was pressed down almost instantly, And it rose high. Obviously, the weight Mentor Wendell had swapped in this time was much lighter than the one Edgar had faced. This also meant it would be harder to operate. Steve's expression did not change, and his heart remained calm. He immediately controlled the mage hand to scoop up a small amount of gravel and move it back into the jar. At the same time, he carefully observed the tilt of the scale's pointer. After several careful operations, the movements of the mage hand remained stable. And there was not a hint of fatigue on Steve's face. His mindset was stable, neither rushing nor impatient. The scale's pointer finally began to sway slightly between the two poles, which meant the weight on both sides was extremely close to equilibrium. The lingering indifference in Mentor Wendell's eyes quietly dissipated, replaced by a clear look of appreciation and approval. Although a normal mage hand can be commanded like one's own arm, the fluctuations in spiritual power during precise operations easily lead to hand tremors or slips. Steve was doing even better than he had imagined. His control was already far beyond that of an ordinary student. But Steve's next action caused the corners of his eyes and his beard to twitch visibly. Steve did not wait for the scale to slowly return to a stable, motionless position. Instead, he controlled the mage hand to directly grab the still swaying right pan, forcing it to stabilize. This operation seemed a bit hasty. But Steve's thinking was simple. Visiting late at night was already quite impolite, so how could he continue to waste the mentor's precious time? Besides, the book said this operation was not allowed in principle, which surely meant it was actually allowed in practice, right? A few seconds later, Steve made a slight adjustment and released his control. The left pan where the weight was located sank a tiny bit. This indicated that the right pan still needed a tiny amount of supplementation, roughly the weight of 1 or 2 grains of soul-corroding dust. Steve nodded slightly. With a slight movement of his mind, the floating mage hand suddenly shrank. It turned into a chibi-style mini-hand only 1 centimeter wide. This tiny, cute little hand reached into the jar, accurately picked up a single tiny grain of purple gravel, and placed it gently on the right pan. The pointer sprang back toward the center a little, but it was still an extremely tiny distance away from the perfect balance point. Steve repeated the process. This time, like the final straw that broke the camel's back, the sensitive pointer finally pointed steadily at the central graduation line, motionless. The weights on both sides were successfully balanced. Phew. Done. Steve canceled the spell. Relaxing, his breathing was steady, and not a single drop of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Apparently, he had not felt any pressure. Mentor Wendell stroked his flowing white beard, a gentle and satisfied smile finally appearing on his face, and he nodded slowly. Very good. Your control and stability are both excellent, and what's even more rare is that you know how to be flexible. He put away the scale in the sand, and with a wave of his hand, an antique teapot and a ceramic cup emitting curling wisps of hot steam appeared on the crafting table. Wendell filled the ceramic cup with tea. Taste this, child. Consider it a small reward for completing the trial. Steve respectfully accepted the cup. The tea was a gentle, jade-green color and emitted an indescribable, fresh aroma that was invigorating just to smell. He took a small sip, and a sweet, warm current slid down his throat, instantly making him feel a cool, pure energy surging into his body and mental space. His meditation method activated involuntarily, and his spirit fire became brighter and more condensed. If he could open his panel, he would see that his experience points were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This small sip of tea was worth an entire hour of his cultivation. The value of this cup of tea is definitely not low. Just the value of this one sip of tea would probably be worth 8 to 10 points in the cafeteria. Steve couldn't help but sincerely admire his mentor's generosity. Thank you, mentor, for the tea. Wendell smiled slightly, not explaining the preciousness of the tea. After finishing the full cup of tea, Steve felt that his mana had increased by nearly 2 full bars. And it even had a sustained improvement effect. The energy that hadn't been digested yet was stored to be released slowly. Steve smacked his lips, wanting more. The teapot had already been put away by his mentor. Watching Steve finish, Wendell finally spoke. Next, you can try to deform the fingers of your mage hand, such as into tweezers, spoons, or needles. These fine control exercises can multiply your operational efficiency and lay a solid foundation for you to construct more complex spell models in the future. As he spoke, Wendell suddenly sighed. Wizards always have endless tools and spells to face various situations, but they are also more easily bound by their tools. Steve listened carefully, firmly keeping every word of his mentor in his heart. Many application techniques were not knowledge found in books, they required ordinary apprentices to spend a lot of time exploring and summarizing. Hearing them was a gain. Although he couldn't understand what, bound by their tools, meant at the end, it was right to write it down first. To be able to provoke such an exclamation from such a powerful wizard, there must be an extremely profound lesson behind it. Seeing that Steve had grasped his words well enough, Wendell didn't say anything more and got to the main point. Then, as agreed, I will fulfill my promise to reward the first novice to master Mage Hand with a new spell. Make your choice. As he spoke, a parchment scroll emitting a soft magical aura appeared out of thin air in Mentor Wendell's hand. He unfolded it in front of Steve. Steve instantly saw a dazzling list of spells. Fireball, prerequisite runes. Fire, shaping, condensation, impact. Value 100 points. Arcane missile, prerequisite runes. Condensation, binding, distortion. Value 100 points. Curse, prerequisite runes. Perception plus link, distortion. Value 200 points. Ice spike, wind blade, blessing, clarity. There were hundreds of spells, with point values ranging from 100 to several hundred, each exuding a unique attraction. There was even the spell chain lightning with a maximum value of 1000 points. Steve was stirred with excitement, this was simply a treasure trove of knowledge. He quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He thought of one of his most core powers, the enhancement rune. So he raised his head and asked respectfully. Thank you, mentor, for providing these choices. I would like to know which spells have prerequisites centered on enhancement. Do you have any good recommendations? Wendell smiled slightly. His finger gently swept across the parchment, and the light of several spells suddenly brightened. Ring of Binding, prerequisite runes. Enhancement plus binding, value 500 points. Description. Fires a binding beam that, upon hitting a target or being detonated manually, explodes into a ring of binding, exerting binding and imprisonment effects on enemies, mana, matter within the area. Disintegration, prerequisite runes. Decomposition plus enhancement, value 500 points. Description. An advanced version of decomposition. It has greater power and can produce disintegration effects on matter and leaf. Grasp of the Undying, prerequisite runes. Binding plus enhancement plus synthesis, value 950 points. Description. Summons a solid giant hand to rush at the enemy. The giant hand possesses powerful physical gripping and sealing capabilities. After grasping an enemy, it can impose imprisonment and sealing, and drain the target's life force or mana to maintain its own existence, even feeding a small amount back to the caster. The more Steve looked, the more tempted he became. After choosing a spell, the corresponding prerequisite runes would also be taught. He really wanted them all. However, he could only choose one. Steve's gaze shifted back and forth between the three spells. Ring of Binding had the lowest learning cost. After all, he had already learned and possessed both prerequisite runes. Disintegration had the strongest versatility. Whether in combat or in various subsequent alchemy experiments, disintegrating or splitting enemies or materials was very practical. Grasp of the Undying had the strongest combat power. It had the highest point value. But this was a combination spell of 3 runes, and the learning difficulty was also the highest. A combination spell of 2 runes would take at least a few months to learn, while for a combination spell of 3 runes like this, it was hard to say if it would take 1 or 2 years. He wouldn't need to face dangerous combat situations within 5 years, so it seemed it would delay his development time. Could he really not have them all? Steve glanced at his mentor and continued to ask tentatively. Mentor, do you have any other advice you can give me? Wendell didn't answer immediately, but instead asked. What are your thoughts? Steve explained all his thoughts on the 3 spells. Wendell nodded, then shook his head. Steve didn't understand. He quickly said, Please enlighten me, mentor. Wendell asked unhurriedly. Do you know the requirements for promoting to intermediate apprentice, advanced apprentice, and first circle wizard? Steve nodded. You need to accumulate mana to the limit, and then construct 3, 6, or 9 runes in your mental space to be promoted to the corresponding realm. The binding rune he had constructed in his mental space couldn't count as one yet. This was just a temporary rune. Without the support of mental power, it would collapse at any time. It needed to be repeatedly traced and deepened until it changed from a temporary rune to a constant existence. Only then could it be considered formally constructed as one rune. You only got half of it right, Wendell explained patiently. Promoting to intermediate apprentice and advanced apprentice only requires increasing mental power and inscribing runes. But to become a first circle wizard, you need to combine runes. Steve realized. Combining runes, isn't that just a spell? Does the cultivation and selection of spells also relate to promoting to a first circle wizard? He listened patiently. Wendell continued. An advanced wizard apprentice needs to unite 3 small runes to form a combination rune, or use one rune as the core and additionally connect 3 small runes to make it a large rune before they can be promoted. So that's how it is. Steve suddenly realized. If he chose the grasp of the undying spell, it would be equivalent to directly preparing for promotion to first circle wizard. Wendell sighed, continuing, many advanced apprentices are too casual with their choice of runes, failing to align with the spells in the academy, and lacking the ability to combine and research spell topics on their own, so they cannot break through to the first circle in their entire lives. Only the freshmen of the Elemental Academy are the luckiest. They have an affinity for elements and can easily awaken the corresponding elemental runes. They only need to construct around this elemental rune. For example, if a wizard apprentice has an affinity for fire elements, they only need to learn the fire rune, use it as the core, and then learn related runes such as explosion, combustion, etc., and they will have an extremely clear path to promotion. Steve thought about it and immediately understood the greatest advantage of having awakened his innate rune. So he drew inferences from this. Mentor, I have awakened an innate rune. Enhancement, should I build my rune system with enhancement as the core? Wendell looked at him with appreciation. During the first class, he already knew that Steve had awakened this innate rune. Exactly, that is what I mean. You also happen to have chosen the right path. As he spoke, he suddenly smiled slyly. However, enhancement runes are all auxiliary spells in high-level applications. Do you intend to become an auxiliary wizard in the future? Would he only be able to be a support-type wizard in the future? Would he only be able to hide behind the crowd and shout, "You've been enhanced, go get them"? Steve felt this was not a very good choice. This is way too insecure. A support profession looked like a safer choice, staying away from the front lines of battlefield combat. But in reality, enemies would definitely target support units first. In future planar wars across the heavens, he would be guaranteed to be focus-fired. Steve scratched his smooth chin. He seriously considered his future rune choices. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a cunning smile on his mentor's face. Mentor. Steve's heart stirred. The worry that had originally risen was instantly replaced by strong anticipation. Do you have other options here? Wendell's smile widened. Support. That is the final destination for most enhancement rune holders, and it is also the safest path under the Academy's mainstream rune system. He nodded slightly, stroking his snow-white beard, as if lost in distant memories. However, the starry sky of truth is vast and boundless. Not all paths are recorded by the Academy. In my long career of exploration, I once, in an ancient ruin annihilated by the river of time, discovered a group of ancient creatures that worshipped palms. Even their heads had turned into open palms, with eyes growing in the center of their palms. They were born with abilities related to the enhancement rune and walked a completely different path. Steve was even more curious. What kind of path is it, mentor? The control style. Wendell slowly uttered the words. The core essence of this path lies in pushing the essence of enhancement to the extreme, not simply enhancing the attributes of others or objects, but enhancing the caster's own will to control energy, matter, and even space. It pursues absolute domination, stable construction, and grand materialization. And most of their abilities and spells are related to hands. Wendell smiled slightly. I personally prefer to call it the big hand style. Big hand. Isn't the grasp of the undying spell just a big hand? Steve felt amazed, and at the same time, he became interested in this school of thought. Wendell wiped across the parchment, leaving only the grasp of the undying spell and dense, detailed instructions on it. He handed the parchment to Steve. Come back to me when you have earned enough points to exchange for more spells in this series. Steve took it excitedly. If this world were an RPG adventure game, a notification like this would definitely pop up in his ears. Class shop unlocked. Class skill tree unlocked. My exploration in the ruins wasn't deep back then, and I only obtained a portion of the knowledge, including some insights and the framework of spell prototypes from apprentice to the peak of the 4th rank. For more, you will need to find or research it yourself. Wendell earnestly exhorted, never lose your autonomy because of ready-made spells. When you advance to a first circle wizard, at the latest by the 2nd circle, you must start thinking about forming your own research group. Steve nodded vigorously. That night, Steve had a rare bout of insomnia. Hit the jackpot, really hit the jackpot. He really didn't expect that receiving a new spell reward would bring him such huge gains. It wasn't just a powerful combat spell, but a seed carrying a special career path. Not to mention so much insightful advice and exhortation that could save him from so many detours. Can't repay it. The mentor's kindness simply can't be repaid. His mind was a mess. It was full of images of various little people raising their hands, crying, and jumping around. It was a pity that the mentor didn't mention what other hand-related spells there were later. It made him feel itchy inside. After thinking about it, he simply opened the grasp of the undying spell parchment and read it carefully. Besides the 3 prerequisite runes, this spell also requires 2 types of spellcasting materials called tentacles of the shadow giant squid and white 5-pointed crystal. Steve took out his crystal card to check. His face immediately turned bitter. Tentacles of the shadow giant squid, 25 points tentacle. White 5-pointed crystal, 15 points piece. Just the spellcasting materials for this spell would cost him 40 points. It would take 5 months of saving to afford it. This spell consumes too many points. He couldn't help but click his tongue. He simply flipped the parchment open to look at the rune section at the back first. This spell contained the synthesis rune, which could at least help him push forward the display time of his cheat panel. After giving his brain an enhancement, Steve quickly entered a learning state. How to construct the synthesis rune. How the 3 runes complement each other, how to find the balance point. Learned a new usage of the binding rune again. But I can't quite understand the latter part. Even after using the enhancement rune to boost his brain, the content behind still made Steve's head spin. After all, it's a first circle spell, it's still too strenuous to learn right now. Even as he watched, sleepiness came over him. My strength is still too weak. Steve thought silently. With my current mental strength intensity, I'm afraid I can't even handle a spell combined with 2 runes. However, he had completely mastered the content of constructing the synthesis rune. He could start constructing the synthesis rune in his mental space. Once he mastered the decomposition rune next, he would be able to try unlocking some functions of the MC panel. The binding rune could also be fixed in his mental space after a while. After solidification, his mental strength would also welcome a small wave of improvement. As he thought about it, he sighed. Without the buff of the enhanced stake, the cultivation speed has dropped again. Even if I wait a few days for next month's points distribution, it still won't be enough for a month's consumption. Points, 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 the lifeblood of a student. How come even in another world, I still have to feel the fear of being dominated by points? Suddenly, his crystal card flashed. Someone had sent him a message. Steve picked up the crystal card and took a look, instantly overjoyed. It was that senior who was seeking delicious food because his magical pet had a poor appetite. Fortunately, he had asked for this senior's contact information when he was eating with Matthew and the people from the Silverwing family last time, inviting me to try it the day after tomorrow evening. Steve scanned the room. There was only one kind of food in the dormitory, white bread. He picked up the white bread. He immediately started trying to enhance it. White bread plus 1. White bread plus 2. White bread plus 3. White bread plus 10. After feeling that it was near the limit, Steve lowered his palm. Just relying on this one kind of food, I don't know if it can impress the senior's beloved pet. After class tomorrow, I'll stop by the cafeteria to get some ingredients. He used the enhancement rune to exhaust his mental strength. Steve lay on the bed and started to rest. Even without operating the basic meditation method, the spirit fire was burning spontaneously, converting external energy into mental strength. Operating silently in conjunction with the enhancement rune, it was both solidifying his foundation and raising his strength ceiling. The night passed without incident. A new day. The bell rang, and Steve closed his textbook, letting out a long, weary sigh. Today's class was Basic Material Identification, taught by a rigid and serious middle-aged witch. She read straight from the textbook the entire time, without teaching a single extra rune. Steve missed Mentor Wendell's class more and more. That was the only place where one could truly make progress. If I could attend Mentor Wendell's class every day, I would be willing to do so even if I couldn't repay the debt of gratitude. He rubbed his throbbing temples and got up to head toward the cafeteria. Tonight, he had to go to the senior's place to attempt the magical beast appetizer task, and he needed to prepare some more attractive food. The senior said his beloved pet is a canine magical beast. The white bread might not be that appealing to it. The cafeteria was as bustling as ever, with the aromas of various foods mixing together to form a unique cafeteria smell. Steve carried his tray, searching carefully in front of the dazzling array of windows. A big meat stick. Simple and plain, it could be listed as an option. A big chicken steak. More fragrant, but greasier, also an option. Sausages, ribs, beast milk. He walked and looked along the way until his gaze landed on an inconspicuous window in the corner. His mana and recovery abilities were limited, he could only choose 3 at most. This ingredient seems pretty good. Steve's eyes suddenly lit up. This ingredient was in a sealed transparent box, emitting a faint glow. It was glowing cuisine that required 1 point to exchange. I can definitely give it a try. He couldn't wait to take out his crystal card, ready to exchange. Then he saw his balance. Point balance. 0. Fool these points, points, points. Before Steve could say anything, he heard the senior in front of him curse through gritted teeth. Fool these points. Can't afford to eat again. Steve nodded in agreement. Well said, senior. It seemed he wasn't the only one troubled by points. He felt much more balanced instantly. Unfortunately, there was an opportunity to earn points now, but he couldn't fully grasp it. I can only look for something among the ordinary ingredients. Just as he was about to turn and leave to think of another way, a familiar voice drifted from behind him. Little sister Lena, don't hesitate anymore Tilda, we really want to help you Tilda. That sweet, cloying, affected voice gave Steve goosebumps instantly. He looked back. At a long table in the corner of the cafeteria, Elena was affectionately holding Lena's arm, her face wearing her signature sweet smile. Dylan and Lucas were sitting opposite, watching this scene with smiles on their faces. Surrounded by the three, Lena clearly looked overwhelmed and embarrassed, her hands wringing together uneasily. Her lips moved, but she didn't know how to refuse. I actually. Oh my, don't be so polite. Elena interrupted her tone becoming even more intimate. Our Silverwing family loves helping talented students. Look, as long as you sign this mutual aid agreement, you can receive 50 points of funding every month. 50 points. You can eat lots of glowing cuisine tilde. As she spoke, she took a parchment glowing with magical light from Lucas's hand and shoved it into Lena's hand. Aren't we good sisters? Good sisters would never scam their good sisters tilde. Lena instinctively pulled her hand back, but Elena held it tightly. I really don't. Little sister Lena, Dylan interrupted at the right moment. His tone was like a lord addressing a serf. This is a rare opportunity. Do you know how many freshmen want to join our Silverwing family but have no way in? Your talent is good, which is why we are willing to give you this chance. Lucas also added with a smile, that's right. Sign this agreement, and you will be a friend of our Silverwing family. With the family covering you, things will be much easier for you in the academy. Lena bit her lip, her face full of hesitation. She really didn't want to sign. She didn't quite understand the terms on that agreement, but she always felt something was wrong. But, the other party was so enthusiastic and sincere, wouldn't it be rude to refuse? And, 50 points. She hesitated, her fingers already touching the edge of the parchment. Lena. A calm voice suddenly cut in. Lena looked up and saw that Steve was standing by the table, looking at her expressionlessly. Steve. She looked like she had seen a savior, and her eyes instantly lit up. Elena's expression stiffened slightly before she resumed her sweet smile. Oh my, it's student Steve tilde, what a coincidence tilde. Dylan and Lucas's smiles faded significantly, a trace of displeasure flashing in their eyes. Steve ignored them and just looked at Lena, saying calmly. If you don't want to sign, come with me. Huh. Oh, okay. Lena instinctively started to stand up, but was grabbed by Elena. Wait. Elena's smile was a bit forced. Little sister Lena, we haven't finished talking yet tilde, you have to give us a chance, right? Steve glanced at her, then looked at Lena. Do you want to sign? Lena opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Steve continued. This kind of magical contract is almost impossible to break once signed. In the future, whatever they want you to do, you won't be able to refuse. If they want you to have children for someone, you have to. If they want you to have a certain number, you have to have that many. These wizard families love to have talented wizards bear offspring for them to increase the potential of the entire family's younger generation. If a man signed it, it might be one thing, but if a woman signed it, she would likely just become a breeding machine. Lena's expression changed instantly. What? Except for the point amount, the words, childbearing, marriage, and, cannot refuse, in her contract were exactly the same. Don't listen to his nonsense. Elena quickly explained, those are just symbolic clauses, just a formality. We wouldn't really. Steve interrupted her, his tone still calm, then why are they written in the agreement? Elena was speechless. Dylan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Steve. Don't go too far. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many surrounding students. This is our Silverwing family's business. What business is it of yours, a mud-legged peasant? If you know what's good for you, get out. Lucas also stood up, his face gloomy. Student Steve, we respect you as a classmate and don't want to make things difficult for you. But you've ruined our business time and again. Do you really think our Silverwing family is easy to bully? Steve looked at them, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Ruined your business. Does what you're doing even deserve to be called business? He also raised his voice. Signing these bullshit contracts for a few dozen points a month just to trick other apprentices into being your slaves and breeding machines for life. His words made many freshmen in the cafeteria perk up their ears. This was exactly the effect Steve wanted. He loudly stated all the hidden clauses and unfair terms in the contract once more. Since the other party dared to set him up, Steve naturally had to pay them back. Steve's words stirred the freshmen in the cafeteria into a buzz of discussion. It wouldn't be so easy for the Silverwing family to deceive the freshmen of this year from now on. You. Dylan's face flushed red, and just as he was about to lash out, Elena held him back. She took a deep breath. The sweet smile on her face vanished completely, replaced by a cold sneer. Steve, who do you think you are? Just because you have an 8-mark talent, you think you're something special. She scoffed, looking Steve up and down. I know you're hiding things, not wanting us to know your progress in inscribing runes. What, do you think you can be the first to complete Mage Hand and get Mentor Wendell's spell reward? Hearing this, Dylan laughed mockingly. Keep dreaming. With your meager resources and background, you think you're worthy of competing with us. Lucas shook his head, his tone filled with pity. Diligence can make up for stupidity. Hey, in the world of wizards, diligence is the most worthless thing. A flash of satisfaction appeared on Alina's face. If he dared to ruin their plans, then she could just as easily ruin Steve's good fortune. Steve watched their performance quietly, and only after they finished did he say calmly, "Who said I was going to compete?" The three of them were stunned. Steve continued, "I already received the spell reward last night." What? The three said in unison, various expressions appearing on their faces. Impossible. Dylan blurted out, "How could you be so fast?" Elena also sneered. "Steve, there's a limit to lying. Someone is clearly further ahead in progress than you." Steve's heart stirred instantly. How was she so certain? It seemed the student who went to find Mentor Wendell early yesterday was definitely connected to them. He suddenly spoke. "Come to think of it, yesterday I saw a freshman named Edgar who also went to Mentor Wendell to demonstrate Mage Hand. However, he died." The expressions of the three changed instantly. He died. Alina's voice turned shrill. How did he die? Lucas asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Steve looked at them and said word by word. He used spellcasting materials that someone else had already inscribed. The mentor had him use soul-corroding dust for a balancing test, but the spell collapsed, and he was burned to ashes by the soul-corroding dust. Although they tried their best to remain calm, the momentary contraction of their pupils and the subtle stiffening of their facial muscles could not hide from Steve's eyes. It was indeed related to them. The mentor is very angry, Steve continued, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness, and is thoroughly investigating this matter. After all, spellcasting materials that have already had runes inscribed are not something you can just pick up casually. The three went deathly pale. Steve paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the three faces. Tell me, with the mentor's terrifying methods of retrocausality, will he be able to find out? Dylan's lips trembled, he wanted to say something but couldn't get it out. Alina's face completely lost all color. Can he find out? Steve reached out his hand. Transfer me 50 points, and I'll tell you if he can. Elena, at a loss, tremblingly took out her crystal card. Lucas was the first to react, forcing a smile. What does this have to do with us? We don't know anything. Right. We don't know. Elena realized and hurriedly chimed in, we don't know anything. Steve thought to himself, what a pity. He didn't manage to extort a sum. However, since the mentor is investigating, he will surely get to the bottom of it. Don't you think? The three's expressions grew even worse. We have other things to do, we're leaving first. Lucas grabbed Elena, and Dylan hurriedly followed. The three practically fled in a panic, not even bothering to clear the trays from the table. Steve's eyes flickered slightly. Setting a trap for him was one thing, but they actually sent someone to use malicious means to compete with him for a new spell. This kind of thing is not only vile in nature, but it's also a grudge over blocking one's path. Daring to offend a blocked person, they wouldn't get off that easily. Time to collect some interest first. Steve took out his crystal card and used the contact function to send an email to the Academic Affairs Office. Report. Silverwing family freshmen, Elena, Dylan, Lucas. However, since the other party could do this so blatantly in the academy, a single report letter might not be very effective. After the email was sent successfully, Steve thought for a moment and then opened another contact. Mentor Wendell pinned. He slightly modified the content of the report, emphasizing that the three may have maliciously deceived the mentor and were involved with Edgar obtaining the inscription core, and then clicked send. Steve. After finishing all this, a weak voice sounded from behind him. Steve turned around and saw Lena looking at him timidly, her eyes slightly red. Thank you. It's nothing. Steve waved his hand, just don't blame me for ruining your good fortune. Lena shook her head hurriedly, her head swaying like a rattle drum. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I felt they were weird and ill-intentioned from the start, but they were too enthusiastic, and I really didn't know how to refuse. I almost. As she spoke, her voice grew smaller and smaller, and in the end, she was almost crying. From the moment the three fled in panic, she knew that everything Steve had said was correct. She hadn't expected the other party to have such great malice. Steve sighed. In the future, when you encounter this kind of situation, be brave and refuse directly. If you really can't, you can come to me. Lena nodded vigorously, then asked a bit embarrassedly, you helped me so much, let me treat you to some point-based food. The senior student took me to earn 3 points. Steve's eyes lit up. Then lend me some points, I'll pay you back next month. It would be just enough to buy that special glowing cuisine. Lena was stunned, then readily took out her crystal card, no need to pay it back. Steve accepted the transfer. Then I'll treat you next time. No need. Lena shook her head hurriedly. As she spoke, her nose twitched suddenly, and she sniffed hard again. The bread sent on Steve is even more fragrant. Steve smiled. Then next time I'll treat you to this kind of bread. Lena scratched her head and agreed embarrassedly. After saying goodbye, Steve returned to the dormitory with the ingredients. He didn't expect someone to be waiting specifically for him in front of the dormitory door. Matthew was standing in front of the door. Seeing Steve's figure, complex emotions flashed across his face. Gritting his teeth, he walked up to Steve and said in a low voice. Steve, I'm sorry. Steve glanced at him without speaking. Matthew lowered his head, his voice even weaker. I had no choice. I signed a magic contract, I had to. Just now in the cafeteria, when Elena and the other two were persuading Lena, Matthew was also nearby. He didn't join in, nor did he stand up to stop them. No need to explain. Steve interrupted him, go. A trace of shame flashed in Matthew's eyes as he turned and returned to his own dormitory. Steve watched his back and shook his head secretly. When they first met, he thought Matthew was an interesting guy who was full of life. He didn't expect that in just a short month, the other party would lose himself and become a sycophantic villain, and even an accomplice. Some choices, once made, can never be taken back. Steve returned to his dormitory. After calming his mind, he began to mobilize the enhancement rune. The top priority was to use the enhanced ingredients to trade for some points from the senior student. There was still some time before the appointed evening hour. Steve sat upright at the crafting table, silently operating his meditation method, feeling the changes within his mental space. The spirit fire was much brighter than when he had first enrolled. Above the flames, the phantom image of the binding rune was slowly rotating, at times solid, at times ethereal. This was a sign that it was solidifying. At this rate, if I didn't have the buff from the enhanced stake, it would probably take half a year to fully solidify. Steve estimated to himself. Half a year was neither long nor short. If he could maintain his previous high-efficiency state, this time could be shortened to under 5 months. Opening the MC panel, his experience level had already reached 16. This meant he had cultivated 16 units of mana. And the green experience bar had already passed the 1/3 mark. If he had been cultivating under the buff of the enhanced stake, the experience bar would have at least passed the two-thirds mark or been nearly full. The progress has slowed down after all. Steve sighed, opened his eyes, and let his gaze fall on the three sealed insulated boxes on the crafting table. I hope I can successfully complete the senior's commission. According to Matthew, the reward for the senior's commission was at least 20 credits. He carefully packed away the three boxes, stood up to straighten his wizard robe, and took a deep breath. At dusk, following the navigation on his crystal card, Steve arrived at the special dormitory area for Chaos Behemoths. The architectural style here was completely different from the creative workshop. It resembled a giant anthill, with various twisted, narrow passages leading to different spaces. Steve passed through the tunnels and arrived in an anthill cavity in front of a small, independent dormitory. He knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, revealing a gloomy face. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, with pale skin and obvious dark circles under his eyes, exuding a low-pressure aura that screamed, "Don't bother me." Steve. His voice was hoarse and weary. "Come in." Steve followed him into the dormitory. The interior of the dormitory was much more spacious than imagined, with a living room, but the layout was extremely simple. A crafting table, a few bookshelves, and the remaining space was almost entirely occupied by a huge dog bed and a huge dog. It was a large, snow-white dog, absurdly huge in size. As it lay there, it was almost as big as a calf. It rested its head on its front paws, its eyes hollow and vacant, showing no reaction to Steve's arrival, not even twitching its ears. "This is my magical pet, Big White," the senior introduced listlessly. "It's been like this for nearly 2 weeks, and it won't eat anything." Steve carefully observed the big white dog and found that although its fur was snow white, it lacked luster, which was a clear symptom of malnutrition. "Apart from me, have others accepted this task?" "Yes," the senior nodded. "2 have already come before you and are waiting inside. Let's try one by one." He pointed towards the back of the dormitory, and only then did Steve notice that there were people standing in the corner. "Let's begin," the senior said, leaning listlessly against the wall. "Who's first?" He had sought out many people in recent days, but no one's method could stimulate his beloved dog's appetite. "I'll go first." A burly male student stepped forward and untied a cloth bag from his waist. Inside was a bloody piece of raw meat. A first-order flame demon cow's hind leg meat. The prime cut. When predatory magical beasts kill a flame demon cow, this is the first part they devour. As soon as the meat was taken out, a thick, bloody stench permeated the entire dormitory. It might be somewhat uncomfortable for humans, but for magical beasts, this bloody scent was the most primal call to appetite. The burly male student held the piece of meat in front of the big white dog and shook it triumphantly. The big white dog's nose twitched slightly. Then, that was it. It continued to lie there, its eyes hollow, ignoring the meat in front of it entirely. The burly male student was stunned. "That's impossible. This is a flame demon cow." The senior sighed, looking as if he had expected this. He waved his hand weakly. "Next." The burly male student stepped back, unwilling to accept it, muttering things like, "Impossible," and, "How can it not eat meat?" Another thin female student stepped forward and opened the sealed box she was carrying. "This is a new discovery from our pet food research group." A strange, grassy, fragrant stench wafted out. Steve raised an eyebrow. "This smell. Koala magical beast cube poop. It's both smelly and fragrant, and rich in nutrients. It's a delicacy that canine magical beasts find hard to refuse." She carefully took out a dark green cube from the box and held it out to the big white dog. The big white dog directly extended a paw and pushed the girl away. A look of disgust appeared on its face. "Huh." Steve was astonished. This dog actually wasn't a scatophile. Then his specially prepared secret weapon might fail. The thin female student awkwardly withdrew the cube, muttering softly. "The local dogs clearly all like this." The senior remained expressionless, with no expectation in his eyes. Next, Steve walked up to the big white dog. He opened the two boxes he had brought. The first box opened. Large meat bone plus 10. Satiety plus 25. Special effect. Consuming this reduces negative emotions until satiety wears off. Note: even the bones are fragrant. Instantly, a rich, intense meaty aroma gushed out as if it were tangible, immediately filling the entire dormitory. The aroma carried the sweetness of caramel, the richness of meat juices, a complex blend of spices, and an indescribable, soul-piercing allure. The burly male student took a sharp breath, his eyes widening. Holy crap, what is that smell? The female student even covered her mouth, afraid of drooling. The second box opened. Secret recipe chicken steak plus 10. Satiety plus 24. Special effect. Consuming this reduces all desires until satiety wears off. Note: it is the chicken's honor to become this delicacy. An even richer, oily fragrance layered on top. Even the listless senior couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes lit up. So fragrant, this time it should work, right? When he had enhanced it, Steve himself had almost been unable to resist eating it. He fought back his own drool and held the two boxes out to the big white dog. The big white dog's nose twitched violently. In its originally hollow eyes, a hint of intoxication appeared. It leaned its head in, sniffed deeply, sniffed again, and the expression on its face became exceptionally satisfied. It even stuck out its tongue to lick its nose. Steve felt a surge of joy. It's working. However, after taking a deep breath, the big white dog actually sighed. It rested its head back on its front paws, and its eyes returned to their hollow state, as if saying, "It's truly fragrant, but I just don't want to eat it." Steve was stunned. It still won't eat. This dog is even harder to please than the Empress Dowager. A voice flashed through his mind. Little Sunflower Mom's class is now in session tilde. If your child won't eat, it's mostly because they're spoiled. Just give them a beating and they'll be fine. However, there is one problem. I can't beat it. But the way the big white dog was being picky made the three people who had come to try look displeased. The burly male student even shouted out loud, "It won't even eat this. This meat smells so good I want to snatch it for myself. What on earth does your magic pet want to eat?" The senior gave a bitter smile and waved his hand helplessly. "You don't understand." He spoke slowly, his voice laced with reminiscence and exhaustion. "That happened a few years ago. I took Big White to participate in a planar war, and we went to an extremely foul-smelling realm. That place was filled with rotting swamps, stinking land, and all sorts of disgusting monsters. Not to mention the harsh environment. Our mission was also difficult. We often couldn't find clean food or water for days on end. Once, in order to save me, Big White was severely injured by a poison lizard. I risked my life to bring it back, and then I gathered all sorts of healing food as quickly as I could to feed it. The environment back then was so foul, everywhere was filled with the smell of decay and rot. It was in that environment, eating that food, that Big White slowly recovered." He sighed, looking at the big white dog, his eyes filled with heartache. Ever since then, its appetite has changed. No matter how fragrant ordinary food is, it's become less and less interested. The burly male student couldn't help but scratch his head. If all else fails, just beat it up and force-feed it. The senior spread his hands. "But that's not a long-term solution. Besides, I can't beat it." The slender female student was lost in thought. Could it be a mutated form of gustatory trauma? Only things that smell foul but taste good can remind it of the feeling of surviving back then. The senior thought for a moment and said, "That's possible. But I've tried specifically creating a foul-smelling environment and feeding Big White normal food, and it still refused to eat." The female student shook her head. "That's not what I meant. It needs to be that kind of smells foul but isn't quite foul. I don't know how to express it." Steve, however, suddenly slapped his forehead. He had a trick. He opened the third box without hesitation. Inside was a piece of glowing orange fruit pulp. As the box opened, an extremely distinct, peculiar stench wafted out. The smell wasn't strong, it was faint, yet somehow not repulsive or annoying. Poop smelling tangerine plus 7. Satiety plus 20. After consumption, mental purification effect increases by 15%, lasting up to 3 hours. Special effect obtained through enhancement, the scent stimulates appetite. After consumption, gain the great appetite effect, lasting 7 days. Note: it's not a stench, it's a fragrant stench. The senior glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. No need to try. Someone brought something similar, before, and Big White wouldn't touch it at all. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt that the stench had become strange. It was a wisp of extremely sweet, fresh fruity aroma, faint yet persistent, permeating through the shroud of the stench. The stench didn't disappear, instead, it became the base note for the fragrance, making the originally straightforward aroma rich in layers and long-lasting in its complexity. This smell. The senior was suddenly stunned, not knowing how to evaluate it. It seems kind of interesting. The short-haired girl subconsciously took a deep breath. The burly male student swallowed his saliva, his expression complex. It clearly smells like poop, so why do I kind of want to taste it? As for that big white dog, it suddenly raised its head. Its nose twitched violently, and the expression on its face shifted from confusion to intoxication, and then to some sort of irrepressible craving. Then, it stood up. This was the first time it had stood up on its own in 2 weeks. It walked up to Steve, lowered its head, brought its nose close to the box, and took a deep, forceful sniff. Then, an expression of intoxication appeared on its face. That expression was one Steve had only ever seen on Lena's face. Seeing it on a dog's face now, it didn't feel out of place at all. The big white dog stuck out its tongue and tentatively licked the fruit pulp. Then, it opened its mouth and began to chew greedily. It worked. The senior stood up straight suddenly, the exhaustion and gloom on his face wiped away, his eyes filled with unbelievable joy. The big white dog ate rapidly, swallowing everything in a few bites. After finishing, it licked its lips, still wanting more, and its gaze fell on the 2 boxes next to it. The big meaty bone and the secret recipe chicken steak. It leaned over, sniffed them, and then began to chew on them greedily without hesitation. It's eating this too. The burly male student was dumbfounded. What left him even more dumbfounded was, after the big white dog finished the meat on the big bone, it hugged the bone with its 2 front paws and began to lick it affectionately. The bone still had residual marrow that had seeped out after the enhancement, white, fatty, rich marrow that radiated a deadly temptation in the dog's mouth. The big white dog bit down gently, causing fine cracks to appear on the surface of the bone, and the delicious marrow seeped out. It hurriedly stuck out its tongue to lick it up, then bit again, licked again, bit again, licked again. Throughout the whole process, its eyes were squinted into slits, and its face was filled with enjoyment. The senior stared at it blankly, his eyes suddenly turning a bit red. Big White. The gloomy aura on his body gradually dissipated. A much stronger aura erupted from him. Just as I thought, the slender female student said thoughtfully, the senior's life aura has already become linked with his big white dog. It's the effect of solidifying the dog rune. Steve was startled. There's a dog rune too. That rune isn't in detailed explanation of basic runes, is it? The female student seemed to see Steve's confusion and said casually, once you possess the strength of an intermediate apprentice, you will unlock the authority to apply for research groups. Research groups have many runes and knowledge not found in textbooks. Steve nodded. So that's it. The wizard world is truly magical. Once he solidifies 3 runes and becomes an intermediate apprentice, he will be able to try many more new options. The senior saw the others off, then turned back and looked at Steve with great gratitude. You creative workshop students really have many ways of doing things. You're Steve, right? His eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you. Really, thank you. Big White is finally willing to eat. He took out his crystal card and directly transferred a sum of points. Steve took a look. 50 points received. He couldn't help but gasp slightly. Didn't they say it started at 20 points? That's generous. This is today's payment, the senior said with a smile. However, I would also like to discuss a long-term deal with you. Steve's eyes lit up. Please, go ahead. You've seen Big White's taste. It especially likes your specially made poop-smelling tangerine. The senior scratched his head. He had also tried the poop-smelling tangerine from the cafeteria, and naturally, it didn't have this effect. The silver light on the fruit pulp gave him a vague guess about the source of this power. Wizards who mastered this kind of power were extremely rare in the academy, and their services were always very expensive. And his savings were already running low. He gritted his teeth. Can you make one every week, regarding the payment? If we make the special Ba tangerine once a week, could the payment be a bit cheaper? I can offer 40. Steve suddenly spoke up, interrupting the senior. 10 points is fine. The senior was stunned. This price was far lower than his psychological expectations. He tentatively said, Junior, this kind of ability is very rare in the academy, its value is not low. Steve nodded. But he was a person who always returned kindness with kindness. The senior had already been generous and hadn't treated him unfairly, so there was no need for him to take extra advantage later on. After all, he only needed half an afternoon and the expenditure of 1 point. Moreover, this strengthening and recovery process was equivalent to deepening his understanding and practice of runes. Apart from the 1 point cost, it was all profit. Providing it once a week won't consume too much of my time and energy. Woof. The big white dog suddenly barked. The senior didn't know what it understood, but he immediately smiled. Good. Then it's settled. Steve nodded. Then I shall take my leave. I'll see you out. The senior saw him to the door, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, if you run into any trouble in the academy in the future, you can come find me. My name is Warwick, advanced apprentice of the Canine Magical Beast Research Group, currently preparing to promote to First Circle. Steve felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly thanked him. After his beloved dog recovered, the aura intensity on this senior was several times stronger than Senior Hank. So he was about to promote. The favor of a future First Circle wizard was naturally precious. An unexpected joy. Honeycomb dormitory area. Tentacle of shadow giant squid, 25 points piece. White pentagon crystal, 15 points piece. Do you wish to consume 40 points to confirm the exchange? Confirm. Steve clicked the crystal card to place the order. Being able to get the casting materials in advance for practice would allow him to understand the 3 prerequisite runes for grasp of the undying more deeply. It would also make his future path to promoting to a First Circle wizard go more smoothly. Exchange successful, point balance, 0. As for the other 10 points, they had long since been exchanged for 10 servings of fire lizard steak at the cafeteria. With my current mana value, I can already enhance the 1 point glowing cuisine to A+7 level. Steve immediately began to try. Bursts of white light flashed by. The result was exactly as he expected. Fire lizard steak +7. Satiety +18. Auxiliary cultivation efficiency +20%. Mental activation +18%. Effect duration 6 hours. Note: absolutely delicious. Long-term consumption can slightly increase wizard origin potential. Steve nodded with satisfaction after reading the effects. The description of the growth of origin potential has changed from slightly to a smaller amount. The stakes, bonus effects and duration have also increased significantly. Now, just 1 point's worth of stake a day is enough. From noon to night, lasting 12 hours. It was a pity that a junior wizard apprentice still needed sleep. Otherwise, Steve would definitely use his sleeping time for meditation and cultivation. Steve roughly calculated his monthly consumption and income. Income 48 points, consumption 34 points. After a month, he could still save 14 points. Neither too much nor too little. After saving for more than half a year, he could exchange for a basic spell. I remember the exchange interface on the crystal card seems to have potions that assist with cultivation. Their effects are even more prominent than the point-based cuisine. Steve picked up the crystal card. The crystal card immediately flickered. New messages had just arrived. He clicked to take a look. There were 3 emails. Steve opened the first one. Academic Affairs Office. The results of your report have been verified. The content is true. We have given the 3 individuals criticism and education, and ordered them to rectify their behavior. He frowned. The efficiency is quite high, but the punishment is too light, right? It seems this Silverwing family still has some influence in the academy. The second email came from his mentor. Mentor Wendell pinned, I have investigated the situation you reported and confirmed it to be true. I have required them to terminate the unfair contracts signed with the other new students. The mentor is still as kind as ever. But why was there no mention of the punishment for those 3 guys? Could it be that they were directly humanely destroyed? So the Academic Affairs Office couldn't impose punishment. Steve thought gleefully. And the mentor's email content wasn't over yet. Additionally, the spell list from last time was drafted by me temporarily, and the considerations were not comprehensive. After all, it is too difficult for a junior wizard apprentice to learn first circle spells directly. Please forgive me. Below is a list of control-type spells more suitable for the apprentice stage, and I have opened the half-price exchange permission for you. Wish you success in your studies. Torrent Hand, Thunder Hand, Demon Hand, Binding Hand, Intentional Punch. Half price. Steve rubbed his eyes. The cheapest spell only required 55 points to exchange. And the more expensive ones didn't exceed 400. He punched his chest hard. Kindness. The mentor is too good. However, could it be related to the fact that the 3 people above didn't receive punishment? Maybe the mentor really didn't punish those 3, and these count as compensation. Steve didn't think too much about it and opened the last email. It was sent by Su Lin. Why would she take the initiative to contact him? Su Lin, be careful recently. What does this mean? Is she threatening me, or reminding me to be careful? Steve felt it was inexplicable. He sent a question mark back. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, he put the matter aside. In the following days, Steve entered a cultivation mode of unprecedented efficiency since enrollment. Under the blessing of the enhanced stake, his most basic cultivation efficiency increased by a full 20%. And the mental activation effect was also very obvious for rune practice. The efficiently operating spirit fire was nearly twice as bright as before, but it didn't make him feel exhausted or drained. On the contrary, the potential improvement from the stake and the silent consolidation of the enhancement rune actually made his foundation even more solid. Opening the MC panel, the growth speed of the experience bar made even him feel pleasantly surprised. At the end of the first day, the experience bar rose from 1/3 of the 16th bar to 4/5 of the 16th bar. At the end of the second day, he officially broke through the 17th bar. At the end of the 4th day, the 18th bar. It was almost at a speed of increasing 1 mana value bar every 2 days. This is the feeling of using a cheat. What kind of bitter days did he live through during those days without the buff? Steve lay on the bed, looking at the number experience level 18 on the panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. More importantly, the solidification progress of the binding rune also accelerated greatly. The rune that was originally expected to take half a year to fully solidify had already completed nearly 1/3 under the dual blessing of the enhanced stake and efficient cultivation. According to the current efficiency, it would take at most 4 months, or perhaps even just 100 days, to fully solidify it. Solidifying 1 to 3 runes makes one a junior wizard apprentice, solidifying 4 to 6 runes makes one an intermediate wizard apprentice, solidifying 7 to 9 runes makes one an advanced apprentice. According to the current fastest efficiency estimate, I need 900 days to solidify 9 runes. Spending nearly 3 years to try to break through and become a first circle wizard. Steve took the box containing the casting materials from under the bed. tentacle of shadow giant squid and white pentagon crystal lay quietly inside, emitting faint magical fluctuations. He had already begun to try engraving runes on these two materials. Although the progress was slow, every additional attempt deepened his understanding of the three prerequisite runes. Especially the synthesis rune, as a new rune he had never come into contact with before, every failure gave him some insight. Maybe I can even master this first circle spell in advance. Once the 900 days are up, I can complete the transformation directly. Steve calculated happily and fell into a deep sleep. A new month arrived on schedule. When Steve arrived at the alchemy classroom again, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was a bit different. There were fewer people. The shell protective shield, which was originally packed, was now nearly 1/5 empty, and there were also some faces from other faculties. Thank you for the white bread last time, it was delicious. Lena sat down beside him at some point and whispered. I heard that those classmates who haven't mastered the meditation method have had their learning qualifications revoked. Steve nodded without asking further. The path of a wizard was inherently cruel. The academy had given them a month, which was already merciful enough. This lesson was Advanced Basic Runes, taught by an old wizard with gray hair. The wrinkles on his face were deep enough to crush a fly, but his eyes were as deep as if they hid a sea of stars. Today, we will learn the space rune. The old wizard's voice was raspy, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Steve perked up. The space rune. That was famously powerful and diverse in the rune system. Storage, teleportation, imprisonment, cutting, almost every direction could derive a series of powerful spells. The noble space element. Its practicality and rarity were no less than his enhancement rune. Of course, the learning difficulty was also extremely high. The old wizard waved his hand on the podium, and a three-dimensional light image appeared, which was the complete structure of the space rune. The essence of the space rune is the connection between here and there. By understanding it, you can pry into one of the most basic rules of the world. His explanation was profound yet simple, from every stroke of the rune to the path of spiritual power circulation, and the details to pay attention to when activating it. He explained it even more clearly than the textbook. Steve listened with fascination, his quill pen recording rapidly, wishing he could carve every word into his brain. Honestly, if it were a freshman who hadn't mastered the meditation method, they probably wouldn't even be able to record the structure of the space rune. Steve vaguely understood why the first month's courses were mostly just talking on paper from textbooks. Without mastering the basics, one had no qualification to learn. Next, we will distribute practice materials. The old wizard waved his hand, and transparent crystals the size of a palm landed in front of everyone. The crystals were regular hexahedrons, with faint flowing light flickering inside, as if sealing a small piece of the starry sky. This is called an empty crystal, a special material for practicing space runes. It can be reused. If the carving fails, the spiritual power will automatically dissipate, and the crystal itself will not be damaged. The old wizard paused, his tone becoming serious. However, if you operate improperly and break the crystal, you must compensate at the price. One empty crystal is 30 points. A gasp echoed in the classroom. Steve reached out to take the empty crystal in front of him, and the moment his fingers touched the crystal, his brows furrowed. This crystal was nearly half the size of the one Lena had next to him. Moreover, its surface was covered with fine cracks, and the starlight that should have been flowing inside was almost invisible here, with only a few weak threads of light swimming as if gasping for breath. He looked up at the old wizard. The old wizard had already turned around, sitting in front of the podium, closing his eyes in meditation, as if nothing had happened. Steve looked at the others around him. Everyone else's empty crystal was intact, only the one in his hand was. He looked down at the inferior, crack-filled empty crystal in his palm, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Is this intentional or accidental? Steve raised his hand. Teacher. The old wizard opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over indifferently. What is it? My empty crystal has cracks, can I exchange it for an intact one? The classroom went quiet. Many students turned to look at Steve, then at the obviously inferior crystal in his hand. The old wizard glanced at it, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. The quantity of teaching tools is limited, one per person. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. Steve's heart sank. He was indeed being targeted. But why? He asked himself. He had never offended this old wizard, and couldn't even name him. Steve. Lena whispered from the side, how about I swap mine with yours? She pushed her empty crystal toward Steve. It was a complete and transparent crystal, with starlight flowing inside, looking comfortable to behold. Steve felt a slight warmth in his heart but shook his head. No need, you practice yours. He took out his crystal card and silently checked. Empty crystal. 15 points piece. After thinking for a moment, Steve did not practice. Instead, he thought back to the content taught and compared it with his own notes. Then his gaze swept across the classroom, landing on the students who were resonating with their empty crystals. Watching how their spiritual power circulated, watching the starlight inside the empty crystals, how they outlined the runes, shining in response. This kind of observation could also teach one some things, but the efficiency was naturally not comparable to those who could practice in person. His gaze inadvertently swept across the other side of the classroom. Dylan was holding his empty crystal triumphantly, on which the outline of a rune had already been formed. He glanced at Steve, a mocking smile curling on his lips. And he slightly turned his body to block the empty crystal. He wouldn't let him see. Steve retracted his gaze, expressionless. The bell rang for the end of class. Hand in the empty crystals. The old wizard stood by the podium with a storage box in front of him. The students stepped forward one by one and placed the crystals in their hands into the box. Steve held the crack-filled empty crystal and walked to the podium. Just as he held the crystal with both hands, preparing to put it down, a strange light flashed across the surface of the crystal. Immediately after, a faint, crack, sound rang out. The cracks spread rapidly, from the original few to dozens, hundreds, and then, snap. The empty crystal shattered in his hands into a pile of transparent fragments, and the starlight completely dissipated. Steve was stunned. The classroom went quiet for a moment, and then whispers broke out. What happened? How could the empty crystal break? Didn't they say it could be reused? The old wizard's gaze fell on those fragments, then looked at Steve, his expression instantly sinking. Damaging teaching tools, compensate at the price. He said coldly. 30 points. Steve suddenly looked up. Teacher, this empty crystal was already broken. I didn't use it to practice, it just shattered by itself when I was returning it. Shattered by itself. The old wizard's lips curled into a trace of mockery. It shattered in your hands, so it is naturally your responsibility. Steve did not continue to defend himself. The person who wrongs you naturally knows how wronged you are. He thought for a moment and stepped back, saying, I don't have enough points, can I buy an empty crystal in 2 days and give it to the teacher? The old wizard waved his hand. According to the rules, it is 30 points. Either be confined until the monthly points automatically pay it off. Or go do basic tasks, and when you have gathered 30 points, you can come back to class. The old wizard gave Steve only 2 choices. Either do manual labor or face confinement. Make your choice quickly. His gaze was extremely dangerous, as if he would take Steve down immediately the moment he uttered a word of refusal. If he chose confinement, he would be locked up for a full 4 months before being released. As for those basic tasks, they were both dangerous and exhausting, and would take 1 or 2 months to complete. During that time, he would be unable to attend classes, learn new knowledge, or practice cultivation. Steve's expression grew increasingly grim. He did not understand why this teacher was targeting him. There was no family crest on the old wizard's wizard badge, so he likely was not from the Silverwing family. However, the other party's attitude clearly showed he had come prepared. Dylan stood with his arms crossed, a gloating smile on his face. Elena and Lucas were also not far away, their eyes filled with delight. Lena looked anxious. She had spent all her points on tasks, and now she only had the 5 points just issued this month, so she couldn't help at all. Steve looked at her anxious expression, feeling a slight warmth in his heart, but he did not ask for help. He looked at the old wizard, his tone calming down. I will pay it back now. A flash of surprise crossed the old wizard's eyes, and then he looked at him with a half smile. You have points. Senior Warwick. He quickly typed a line. Senior, could you lend me 22 points? I need them urgently. I will pay you back next month. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, the crystal card vibrated. Senior Warwick. Transferred. If you need help, just ask anytime. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Steve looked at those words, and his heart warmed. He looked up at the old wizard and swiped his crystal card on the sensor the old wizard had brought out. The 8 points just issued this month, plus 22 points, that's 30 points in total. Please check it. The old wizard raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not expecting him to be able to come up with so many points immediately. He looked at the transfer record displayed on the crystal card, and a strange smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you quite resourceful? Steve did not speak, just looked at him calmly. Resourceful. What had happened before that he hadn't been resourceful about? It seems very likely that this still has something to do with the Silverwing family. Those fools. The old wizard put away his smile, his tone carrying a faint threat. Sometimes, you need to watch your hands, and even more so, watch your mouth. This is just the beginning. Steve's eyes flashed. It's endless, isn't it? As the teacher from the Silverwing family. The old wizard gave him a deep look, neither admitting nor denying it. He put away the storage box and turned to leave, leaving only one sentence echoing in the classroom. Take care of yourself. Only after the old wizard's figure completely disappeared did the discussion start up again in the classroom. Lena ran quickly to Steve's side, her eyes red. Steve, how could they do this? Isn't this just deliberately bullying someone? Steve did not speak, just squatted down and picked up the pieces of the empty crystal one by one, putting them into his pocket. Why are you still picking those up? They're already broken. Evidence. Steve stood up, patted the dust off his hands, and took out his crystal card. He opened the contact list and clicked on the name pinned at the very top. Mentor Wendell. That's right, he was going to report the teacher. Although it was childish, it was very practical. While sending the email, Steve pondered the threat the old wizard had given. Watch your hands, and even more so, watch your mouth. Hands, did that refer to the report email he sent? Mouth, did that refer to when he was in the cafeteria, scolding Elena and the others for tricking new students into signing unfair contracts? Steve figured this out, and his mind became even clearer. Returning to the dormitory, he took out his crystal card to check his email. Mentor Wendell pinned. Email status. Failed to send. Below was a line of small text. No permission for cross-plane communication. Mentor Wendell had left this world. Steve frowned. Such a coincidence. If someone said this wasn't intentional, he wouldn't believe it. The days ahead are not going to be easy. For the next month, Steve deeply experienced what it meant to be given a hard time. Nearly half of his course teachers showed subtle malice. In the rune structure class, when the practice materials were distributed, the piece of parchment he received had clearly been tampered with. The crucial rune lines were blurred and impossible to copy normally. In the material identification class, when identification samples were distributed, what he received was a withered and rotten magical plant. Let alone identifying its characteristics, he couldn't even tell what species it originally was. In the alchemy practice class, when casting materials were distributed, the core crystal he received had a pitted surface and was clearly a defective product. If one injected spiritual power into this kind of material, it would almost certainly shatter on the spot. This tactic again. Even if Steve didn't use it, this casting material would likely have an accident when he returned it. If they pulled this on him every practice class, he wouldn't have enough points to pay for damages even if he had hundreds. Steve did not touch the material. He stood up directly and looked calmly at the young witch on the podium. Teacher, I request to return this material. I do not need it. The witch sneered. Then bring it up here. Steve shook his head. It's better if the teacher comes to get it. I'm afraid of breaking it. He had not touched this material from beginning to end. If they still insisted on ruining the material to make him pay, Steve would have no choice but to try sending another email to the Academic Affairs Office. Although the last time hadn't achieved much, it had at least provided a response. This convinced Steve that even if the enemy behind the scenes wanted to target him, they still had to abide by certain rules. Sure enough, the witch said nothing more. She waved her hand and let her assistant take the material back. After a month, Steve gradually figured out the pattern. The teachers targeting him came from the War Fortress and the Elemental Tower divisions. For these basic courses, teachers from all 4 major divisions would come to teach. Steve took some time to contact Senior Warwick to inquire about the Silverwing family's situation. Senior Warwick's reply was still very fast. The Silverwing family. They do have some influence in the academy, but it's nowhere near the point of covering the sky with one hand. There are 2 third-ring wizards from the family teaching at the War Fortress, and a few second-ring wizards distributed in various divisions. If I had to evaluate them, I'd just say they are mediocre. He then asked about the relationship between the teachers targeting him and the Silverwing family. This time, the senior's reply was a little slower. I need to find people to ask around, wait for my news. Steve calculated silently. This kind of power could indeed cause him some trouble in the academy, but it wasn't enough to completely seal off his path. At the very least, on the territory of the creative workshop, they wouldn't dare to go too far. The only good news was that his strength had improved rapidly during this period. His mana value had almost doubled compared to a month ago. The experience value on his panel had reached LV35. Meanwhile, other students in the same cohort had aura intensity far inferior to his. Sometimes, when eating in the cafeteria, he could occasionally feel the aura inadvertently released by some seniors a year ahead of him, which was actually about the same as his. Although these seniors were still wizard apprentices, they had at least solidified one rune. Didn't they say that you would encounter a bottleneck when practicing to a certain point? Steve suddenly thought. Perhaps the enhancement rune has raised my upper limit. Steve was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress. What surprised him even more was that his understanding of the binding rune had reached a new level. He could already use the binding rune to cast some minor cantrips. For example, Steve picked up a white bread, his thoughts stirring. The binding rune flickered slightly, and an invisible force surged out, instantly enveloping the white bread. There was no change on the surface of the bread, but that originally rich aroma of wheat had vanished into thin air. He brought the bread to his nose and sniffed. Nothing. The flavor of the bread was completely locked away. Interesting. Steve increased his mental power output and changed the way he manipulated the rune. This time, that invisible force was no longer just a simple sealing, but had turned into squeezing. The surface of the white bread instantly caved in, wrinkling into a ball. It was as if it had been fiercely gripped by an invisible giant hand. Steve stirred his thoughts again. The white bread was twisted into a pretzel, then squeezed into a thin strip. If this force were applied to an enemy, an image appeared in his mind. An enemy's arm being gripped by an invisible force, their bones emitting a crisp, crunching sound. It already has preliminary offensive power. Steve nodded in satisfaction. Once the binding rune was completely solidified, this control could reach an even higher level. For now, I can only keep a low profile and develop silently. I'll wait until Mentor Wendell returns. However, some people did not want him to keep a low profile, in peace. A new week, Combat Techniques class. The instructor was a middle-aged wizard from the War Fortress, with a cold expression and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. He wore a dark gray wizard robe, with a badge representing a certain wizard family's pinned to his chest. Combat is the most fundamental skill for a wizard. War is the eternal theme of all worlds. His voice was low but clearly reached everyone's ears. No matter what field of research you pursue in the future, you must possess the ability to protect yourself in danger. In today's class, we will learn the basic techniques of actual combat. Construction of perception runes, using mental power to mobilize body movements, individual combat and squad tactics. It was full of practical knowledge. The middle-aged wizard's words were concise. After finishing, his gaze swept across the classroom and paused on Steve for a moment. The theory is finished, and we need a practical demonstration. Who is willing to come up? The classroom went silent instantly. No one raised their hand voluntarily. The middle-aged wizard seemed to have anticipated this, he said with a cold expression. Since no one is volunteering, I will call names. His gaze landed on Steve once again. Steve. Then it shifted to the other side. Dylan. The two of you, come up and demonstrate. Steve's heart sank. He looked to the other side of the classroom. Dylan had already stood up, his face filled with irrepressible excitement and malice. He flexed his wrists, looking at Steve as if he were looking at a punching bag. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. He grinned and touched the gem rings covering his hands. Steve took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Teacher. Steve did not immediately walk onto the stage, but stood in place and asked a question. For us freshmen, we haven't even solidified a single rune, and we haven't learned many spells. Isn't it a bit too early to have a practical combat class now? A few low murmurs of agreement echoed in the classroom. Indeed, most freshmen hadn't even fully mastered Mage Hand, let alone battle spells. What was the difference between combat in this state and elementary schoolers fighting? The middle-aged wizard looked at him expressionlessly. The enemies on the planar battlefield will not go easy on you just because you haven't learned spells yet. Steve nodded and said nothing more. He had already anticipated this answer. Teacher. A voice suddenly rang out. Matthew stood up. Steve's recent experiences made him think of many things. There was a hint of hesitation on his face, but he still spoke up. Student Dylan has so many magic items on him. Isn't that a bit unfair? Shouldn't they be banned? Steve glanced at Matthew, feeling a bit surprised. Ever since that incident in the cafeteria, Matthew had always avoided him, yet today he dared to stand up and speak. Dylan sneered. Equipment is also a part of strength, understand? The middle-aged wizard waved his hand. Resources themselves are a manifestation of combat power. On the battlefield, no one will duel you fairly just because your equipment is poor. He paused, his gaze landing on Steve, his tone carrying a hint of significance. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not lose your lives. As for how much injury you sustain, that depends on your own luck. Steve's heart sank. Sure enough, this was aimed at him. He could even imagine what the middle-aged wizard would say if he refused. Your enemy will not give you the right to refuse. Avoiding it blindly is not a solution. Steve looked at Dylan's face, which was written full of excitement, and quickly calculated in his heart. It is better to face it head-on once. Show my potential and strength, either beat the opponent back temporarily, or face even fiercer suppression. But either way, it was better than being a passive quail all the time. He lifted his foot and walked toward the stage. The classroom for the combat techniques class was originally a small practice arena. The two walked to the center of the arena, and a layer of semi-transparent protective shield rose from the surroundings, completely wrapping the stage. Isolating the inside from the outside. Steve looked down from the stage. Lena clenched her hands, her face full of anxiety. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the sound was isolated by the protective shield. Elena and Lucas sat in the front row, with undisguised anticipation and glee on their faces. Matthew kept his head down, the crystal card in his hand glowing slightly. It seemed he was sending a message to someone. Are you ready? The middle-aged wizard's voice came from outside the protective shield, sounding slightly distorted. Dylan did not wait for Steve's answer and directly raised his right hand. He wore 4 rings on his right hand, each inlaid with a different colored gemstone. At this moment, the ruby on his index finger suddenly lit up. Fireball. A fist-sized fireball condensed out of thin air, trailing flames as it shot toward Steve. Steve's pupils constricted, he rolled to the side, dodging it narrowly. The fireball grazed his shoulder, crashed into the protective shield, and exploded into a burst of sparks. Showing off wealth right from the start. Before he could stand steady, Dylan had already activated the second ring. The sapphire on his middle finger flickered, and 3 arcane missiles shot out in a triangle formation, their trajectories erratic and completely impossible to predict. Steve had no time to think, his thoughts stirred. Enhancement rune, activate. Target. Self. A warm energy instantly surged into his limbs and bones, and his dynamic vision, reaction speed, and basic physical fitness suddenly improved by a large margin. 3 arcane missiles came head-on. The previously erratic trajectories of the missiles were now much clearer in Steve's eyes. He sidestepped, crouched, and flipped. The 3 missiles grazed his body, the closest one less than an inch from his cheek. His seemingly stiff, blocky body became extremely agile and flexible. A gasp erupted from the audience below. So fast. How did he dodge that? Alina's smile froze on her face. It must just be luck. Steve ignored those voices, he stared fixedly at Dylan, analyzing quickly in his mind. Magical items can trigger preset spells with less cost. But without the user's manual control, the flexibility is slightly reduced. Otherwise, the previous fireball and arcane missiles would have chased him relentlessly like tracking missiles. It would be hard to find room to dodge. This won't do. The opponent has items, and I can only rely on my physical body to tank it. I must get close. He pushed off the ground and charged toward Dylan. Dylan looked disdainful and instantly activated his third ring, the cyan gem shimmered, and a translucent wind blade whistled out. Steve dove and rolled across the ground, his speed undiminished. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. He raised his fist and swung it toward Dylan's face. Just as his fist was about to make contact, an invisible shockwave erupted from Dylan's body. Bang! Steve was violently knocked back, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Ha 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 ha. Dylan laughed, his face full of mockery. Do you think this is a farmer's brawl? You actually want to use your fists in a battle between wizards? He raised his hand, displaying the rings on his fingers. I have attack spells, and I have defensive spells too. That was an automatically triggered shockwave, it activates as soon as an enemy gets close. What do you have to fight me with? Steve climbed up from the ground, rubbing his chest, which had been numbed by the impact. He grumbled fiercely in his mind. What's wrong with using fists? A few farmers' punches landing on you would still have you howling in pain. The MC panel appeared in his field of vision. He had lost 1 heart, equivalent to 1/10 of his health. So this is the attack and defense method of low-level wizards. Relying on firepower stacked by equipment, and trading blows with preset spell models. If this is their way of fighting, then pay-to-win players aren't that hard to beat. Below the stage, the middle-aged wizard stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of calling a stop. Dylan activated a ring again. Fireballs, arcane missiles, and wind blades took turns. Steve could only continue to dodge. His speed was much faster than before, the temporary buff from the enhancement rune was still active. But just dodging was not a long-term solution. Dodge. Keep dodging. The more Dylan fought, the more excited he became, though his face gradually turned pale. His breathing became heavy, fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and his movements were not as fluid as before. Steve noticed this. Is he running out of mana? Sure enough, Dylan's attack frequency dropped significantly, the fireball shrank, and only 2 arcane missiles remained. Just when Steve thought the opponent was exhausted, he noticed. Dylan hid his left hand behind his back. He was wearing several gem rings on his left hand too. Why hide it? Charging up an ultimate move. Steve felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't let him unleash it. He accelerated and charged forward again. The purple gem ring that had triggered the shockwave earlier had become quite dim. It seemed to have entered a cooldown period. This was a good opportunity. Steve rushed in front of Dylan, and Dylan sneered as he pulled his left hand from behind his back. That ring was set with a multicolored gem, which was emitting a dangerous light. At that very instant, a thought flickered in Steve's mind. Binding rune, activate. An invisible force surged from his mental space and instantly entangled Dylan's left arm. Dylan's expression changed. His arm was fixed in midair, unable to move no matter how hard he struggled. But the ring on his finger suddenly burst with a beam of light, dispelling Steve's mana. Dispel magic. Steve recognized this spell instantly. Besides attack and defense, there's even crowd control removal. The system is quite comprehensive. The binding force disintegrated instantly. Dylan grinned savagely and pointed the ring at Steve. Disintegration ray, kid. But Steve attacked at the same time. Mage hand, summon. A huge, silver-patterned palm appeared out of thin air, fingers clenched into a fist, smashing down from above. At the same time, Steve extended his right hand and tapped lightly on the finger Dylan was wearing the ring on. Although the damage was negligible, the knockback effect inherent to MC rules was triggered directly. Ah! Dylan felt his arm jolt, and his entire body flew backward uncontrollably. His finger uncontrollably jerked upward. Z's. The multicolored gem shot out a scorching beam. The beam missed Steve's chest, flew diagonally toward the sky, and exploded into a brilliant burst of light against the protective barrier. Am I going to win? A sharp light flashed in Steve's eyes. In his eyes, he saw Dylan flailing helplessly in the air. And the fist of the mage hand smashed solidly onto Dylan's head. Bang! Dylan was smashed down, his body hunching over. But the necklace under his wizard robe suddenly emitted a wave of magic. A violent shockwave erupted from the ring, shattering the mage hand into pieces. Steve groaned and retreated. The mental energy of the mage hand was connected to him. This spell, not intended for combat, caused him significant backlash after being destroyed. His health dropped by 3 hearts instantly. To think he had a life-saving item with mental shock. Steve thought for a moment and felt he shouldn't appear too exaggerated. The moment he retreated, he dismissed the panel. He instantly felt a continuous, sharp pain in his mind, as if countless needles were piercing through it. He couldn't help but rub his head. And Dylan stood on the spot, unscathed. But his face was deathly pale. Pulling open his collar to look, the gem on the necklace was shattered, clearly unusable. His eyes were full of heartache and lingering fear. My protective necklace, the most expensive protective necklace I had. That was a life-saving item worth thousands of points. His eyes immediately turned red. Enough. The middle-aged wizard's voice rang out, and the protective barrier quietly dissipated. He walked onto the arena and separated the two. Go down and rest. The middle-aged wizard couldn't help but take a few extra looks at Steve. This little guy's combat awareness was quite suitable for a war fortress, a pity. And this Dylan from the Silverwing family. A trace of disdain couldn't help but flash in his eyes. He couldn't even take down his opponent despite being fully geared up. What a waste, no wonder he isn't the primary heir. Dylan glared fiercely at Steve and staggered off the arena. His mana was almost exhausted, and he was walking unsteadily. Steve clutched his head and slowly walked down. Elena immediately rushed over to support him. Steve. Are you okay? Your head. I'm fine. Steve waved his hand and took a deep breath. Pay-to-win players really do have life-saving items. He thought silently in his heart. But the opponent wasn't as strong as I imagined. If the binding rune were completely solidified, the spell's intensity and range would be greatly improved, and that move today wouldn't have been easily dispelled. If he could make a diamond sword, or just a regular bow. If he could have a set of gear to tank. I'll settle today's score sooner or later. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.